May, we're live in the what is it? It is the 15th of May, the year of our Lord 2024. This is the Weekly Alaboom. Hello, Anthony.
What's up, Lance?
I don't know where Barry is.
I don't know. So that guy I was telling you about, we
That
we
had to like drop off his thing or
oh no,
whatever.
no, the guy I sent you the picture and I said he reminds me of a young you.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he's our new tenant.
Hmm.
Yeah, very nice guy. He's
So they say.
he's from around here, but he definitely has that Minnesota nice quality to him. Like I said, if I was sitting there talking to him when he came to look at the place, and I just looked at Jen. I said, Jen, who does he remind you of? And she's like, Lance. I'm like, yep.
I resemble that remark.
You do. He looks a lot like you, like in the old undead Viking days,
Hmm.
with the darker hair and
What are you trying to say?
no, we're getting old. We collectively we're getting
Hmm.
old. But yeah, nice guy. Yeah. What's up, Barry?
Hey, what's up?
All right, let me grab my cup of coffee.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Lance.
So, Lance, did you get to see Unfrosted yet?
No, I don't get to do, I don't have any spare time to do um anything cool or fun.
It's fun. I saw it twice.
Did you? I fell asleep through it once.
Wow.
It's the end of the day. I started something and fell asleep. It happens all the time. Not that the movie's bad. It's the end of the day when I put shit on. Did watch Iron Claw though. That was a good movie about the Van Zandt, or was it Iron Claw? About the Van Zandt brothers.
No, not the
The Von
Vance,
Erichs.
the Von Erich.
Von Erichs, Van Zandt. Sorry, I'm having a rough day. Ugh.
I was at my son's penultimate band concert. He is giving up band and he's in band and orchestra right now, and he's giving up band to do full on orchestra. So,
What does he play?
well, he plays trombone and cello, but soon it will just be cello.
Ah,
Um, which, whatever. I don't have any feelings really about it. This
Beat up the rest of his life.
this Friday he goes to Valley Fair in Shakopee, Minnesota to be in his final band concert at Valley Fair. And I am chaperoning for the trip. So I get to see that. And then I get to wander around an amusement park and decide whether or not I want to ride rides, knowing full well they're just going to give me headaches and make my back hurt.
I will have to say it's quite
Yeah.
impressive.
What
Because
are you saying,
usually,
Anthony?
I said that's quite impressive, your son. Because normally they only let you do one. You can either be in band or you can be in orchestra. Usually they don't have the capability to allow you to be in both.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like if he did both again next year, he wouldn't be able to do any other electives. Like he couldn't do even like take the robotics class or
Ah,
the science class
gotcha.
because right now with him in both, his music hour is just split into two. One time a week he goes to orchestra, one time a week he goes to band, and so he just bounces back and forth. And then he decided to stick with orchestra because ultimately because more of his friends are in orchestra than they are in band. And he'd just rather do that. Which I can understand.
And
Ugh.
does he play anything else?
Uh, plays his mom like a fiddle.
I was going to say something else, but
I know you heard that. My wife is down the hallway. She's like, I heard that. I was like, I know you.
Like he doesn't like piano or guitar or anything like that.
No, he's showing zero interest. This summer he's doing all the sports now. So he's gonna go to basketball camp, he's gonna go to football camp, he's gonna go to weight training camp, you know. So
Like
we'll see
starts
what
high school
happens.
next year.
I don't know. We'll see what sticks. I mean,
I'm saying high school is next year or the year after.
no. Next year he's only going to seventh grade.
Oh, okay.
He's got 2 more years of middle school before he's in high
I
school.
thought he was older.
I lose track of how old kids are.
Yeah, I thought he was
It's
older
usually
too.
the other way around. Someone's like, "Oh,
Yeah. I
here's
was
a
talking.
picture of Mary going to her senior prom." I'm like, "Mary's 12. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I had a conversation with a friend yesterday, and I said, "How's your daughter doing?" She's like, "Well, she's graduating college," and I'm like, "What?"
Mhm.
It happens.
I see
I
things and I'm
don't
like,
like that.
who
I
are
mean,
these people? And what happened to your children?
Yeah.
As John
Time is
Lennon said, life is
fleeting.
what happens when you're making other plans.
Crazy.
So I have a little bit of an exciting afternoon.
Oh, I thought you
Did
were gonna
you?
say grievance, and I was excited. But all right, go
I
ahead.
guess it's a grievance. I mean, so back in February, I got a text message from GoDaddy. You know GoDaddy, right?
No.
Yeah.
They have website shit. So that's
They're
where
still around?
some things are that I own are host. They're not hosted there, but the domain name stuff is there. Board Game
Okay.
Geek being one of them.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why I never moved away from GoDaddy, but I've got like lots of domains at GoDaddy. Anyway, got a text from GoDaddy, which is not good because that means someone's trying to log in as my account, right?
Mm.
Because I have it protected with two-step. So turns out someone did log in as my account, and I just found out about it today. And did some what appears to be innocuous things, but makes me wonder what was the plan. So when I saw that message from GoDaddy on my phone, I said, shit, I need to change my GoDaddy password. So I logged in, changed it, and then just looked around and like, okay, everything seems okay. Didn't give it two thoughts. And then today I was doing some work on the domain, the Board Game Geek domain. And I'm looking at the domain. I'm like, what is that? It didn't recognize something. It seemed out of place. And turns out it was out of place. And so I don't know if I want to say too much,
Yeah.
but let's
probably
say
wouldn't,
it was related to, well, I don't know. I don't want to say anything, but turns out it was a hack. I'm fully convinced now that it was hacked.
Hmm.
And things were done to the account that, of course, I don't know the extent of it. I only know what my current account
Right.
is. I've changed the password again. I've changed my two-step stuff again. It's all fresh. I looked at the login history. Only that one fateful day in February that I was talking about was when someone logged in as me with a password, with my password. It said successful login password, and says near the United States. You know, normally it'll say near Dallas, Texas, or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's me. This was not me. Not my browser, not my location, not my IP address. So someone had my password somehow. Now, my password could have been in my one of my passwords get hacked all the time these days because of the
Yeah.
You're putting things in password on your browser and your browser gets hacked and you don't even know it. Like there's a whole mess of that going around now. I don't know. I forget what it's called. But basically, if you store passwords in your browser, they are at risk of getting hacked very easily. It is very easy to do. It is a big malware problem right now. People are installing things on their computer, which basically has got a Trojan in there to send all your passwords to somebody. And then those go on the black market. And people buy them.
Crazy.
And that's probably what happened. Yep.
I get it. Like almost every other day, someone tries to log into my X account, which I don't use.
Your X account?
Yeah, and they send me like the thing, like here's your
reset, password reset.
It's not a password reset. I get it's a secondary confirmation thing.
Oh, okay.
So I'll get a message from them that says, unusual login.
Suspicious login.
It sees where it's coming from.
Yeah.
And it's like, this doesn't look right. Here, please, here, enter this one-time code. So it sends me the code in case it's me that's in, Tunisia. And
Right. Yeah, which probably isn't you.
no,
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
see you
weird,
going to
right?
Tunisia, Anthony.
I think though, as time goes on, this is going to be more and more prevalent.
Yeah.
And I'm not like an expert, but I'm sophisticated, right? I'm not the normal Joe of
Right.
of internet security. I'm not I'm not much better than Joe, but like I'm a little better. And I got hacked.
Mm.
So that just tells me that the whole world's going to get hacked at some point.
Oh, I'm sure.
No.
AI, Scott. AI.
Everything's AI. Remember, AI is gonna
Yeah.
run everything.
What's your username on Twitter, Anthony? X, I mean.
it's
X.
it's
Is it the game? Is it CBGB games or whatever?
I don't even know what it is anymore because I haven't been on there forever.
Yeah, it's so rarely logging into
Cardboard
Twitter. It's
Jungle?
just
Is it
hilarious.
Cardboard
to me.
Jungle?
It's one of those. The funny thing was I was laughing because after we stopped doing the podcast, I'm like, I don't need to have I never renewed the IP.
Yeah.
So someone got it.
Someone squatted it.
Someone picked it up, and they're guys who do like sports cards, like it's their business. And I don't care. I mean, but the funny thing is, people sometimes are trying to get a hold of them, and they tag me on Facebook,
Right.
and I'm like, it's not the same place.
Yeah.
It's
The
the
funny thing
Cardboard
is, I
Jungle.
always laugh when I used to like have it up in CBJ podcast was
Yeah.
the thing that people would constantly ask me questions about the Columbus Blue Jackets, thinking we were a podcast about them.
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
see.
yeah,
Yeah.
no,
That's not me.
not me.
Well, had a little bit of a heart attack earlier with it.
Oh.
Because
Thought you
once
might
I
have had a little
started,
heart
once
attack.
I started,
I was like,
Christ.
why are you talking to us?
no,
Go to the
well,
hospital.
once I started peeling into it, my blood pressure starts going. I'm like, oh, what is this? And then I'm like, oh, this is truly a problem. Because I thought maybe I did it back in the day, like I made this thing and I was testing something, which I do a lot, and I forget that I've done it. And I'm just racking my brain. I'm like, I can't figure out what this is because I didn't do it. Anyway. All right. Well, there you go. There's my story.
I'm sticking to it.
You are sticking to it.
So, what's it trying to do? Throttle your traffic, or never mind. Yeah, I don't want to get into.
I'll
it
give
on
you
air.
details, but I don't want to say them on the air because I have no idea.
Yeah. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
But
it.
it's basically the dark side of the internet, let's say. The darker side.
the
Well,
dark
it's not the dark
side.
side, but it's basically, you know what? I'll tell you later. Here, I'm just going to type in the thing so I get it off my chest.
It's unproven what was actually done.
I'm not exactly sure what was there, but when I started digging into it a little bit, this is what I thought it was.
Oh,
okay. Sorry,
yeah.
everybody watching. Just think about all the things on the internet that it wasn't anything illegal. Let's just say that.
Yes, gotcha.
But it also is something that has got a stigma to it.
Right.
Yes.
So, which
Yeah.
anyway.
So Scott, I'm gonna have Lance's little brother living in my studio apartment.
Lance's little brother is living in his studio.
His little brother. Who's your little brother?
We fixed up the studio apartment to rent it out.
And his name's Lance?
No.
Oh,
So the funny thing is we're trying to list it in all these different places. So we're like, I don't know how like there's people are looking for studios and whatnot up in this area. So we listed it in one group on Facebook that we belong to for the area. And we had tried listing it in some other groups and like it was pending, admin approval and whatnot. Yeah. We had like 40 people respond within the first day that they were.
That's a lot of people.
So we had people come and check it out, and
right back.
One of the guys who came looks like a young Lance.
Oh, okay.
And acts like a young Lance.
Is he
Just-
unpleasant to play with?
smashing windows, pissing on the floor.
No,
No.
he's got that Minnesota nice. He's got long hair and a ponytail, long
Vance
beard.
didn't have long hair when he was growing up, did he?
I'm
When'd you get your
talking
long
like, and I
hair?
said to him, I said, "He looks like remember like the original Undead Viking Lance
Yeah,
when
sure.
he had that like dreamy,
That-
In the
like,
before times.
The long hair, the
the
smooth.
long brownish golden brown hair, and that steaming look in his eyes in that picture."
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like the nicest guy. So we had like again, all these people come in, and then we're like, okay, what do we do now? Like we liked a whole bunch of them. So like we're kind of like going, okay, I like this guy, like this guy, this
Oh
guy.
wow, you have to pick one?
We got to pick.
Oh, okay.
So
And you
like
pick
we
six.
narrowed it down, and like we did like background checks on like the other guy
How do
who
you
was
do a background check?
so
Does that-
there's actually websites you can do it
Yeah,
on
there's services.
you're renting.
Okay.
And you can do like you get the information from the people and you can have them pay for it, but we're like, you know what? We're gonna figure out who we like.
Yeah.
Of the 30 some odd people who showed up
30?
that they were interested. And we'll pick like, the 5 we like the most. And we'll just pay, do the checks on those 5 people. But yeah, he's really he's really in the middle of talking to him while he was here. I just turned to my wife and I said, "Who does he remind you of?" And she's like,
Take a picture
Lance?
for us. I mean, is he the guy? Is he going to be the one?
Yeah. So
Oh, you should get a
we
picture.
offered him the
Or
place
ask him.
today.
Ask him to get a picture, and you can to show on the internet to the world.
I'll get a picture and show you guys. I'll send it to I'll put it on send it to you. I'm gonna post it on the Alaboom. I said I'd send a picture to Lance, and Lance was I don't see I don't see it. When I
You don't
see
see
it.
the red almost? Oh yeah.
He would.
No. But whatevers.
There's a young Lance that works at Stern.
Oh, is it?
They do their live streams and do the pinball streams. There's a young Lance amongst them.
Hmm.
That's my favorite Guess Who song.
Young Lance.
Glad I could be so entertaining to everyone.
Okay.
Or was that Gary Puckett in the Union Gap? Young Lance, get out of my
Oh.
mind.
I couldn't remember the bit. Yeah.
Hey, 2 weeks to BGGCon.
Yes.
Well, I mean the
Econ Spring.
yeah,
Spring.
BGG
It's called
con
BGG Spring. It's called
lesser.
BGG Spring.
Not
less-
family.
I think I told you it's as big as BGGCon was in 2018.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I know. I
in
was
the
there
old
last
hotel.
year.
Yeah.
Tables were hard to come by at times. Not often, but at times.
Yeah, we have more room this year. We have like the whole 11th floor.
Are they?
So the
Okay.
11th floor of this hotel is all conference rooms.
I did not know that.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember in 2018 with BGGCon, the final year of BGGCon, what had all those conference rooms. And I went up there one time and man, scary up there.
Scary. Did
There's a lot of shenanigans going on, let's say.
nah.
Not really, but there was, I don't know.
It was not the family
it was
version
not the
of-
family version of BGG. Whatever, it was fine. It's gamers. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
There was some wild gaming going on up there. Wild. It was wild. Yeah.
Uh,
Are you
I
ready,
have
Scott?
success.
What?
Are you ready? Did you do your punch party and all that, or
Punch parties this Saturday.
okay? I guess you don't have a whole lot to punch this time of year.
We got
do
a
you?
lot to punch. There's
Yeah.
a lot of games. Yeah.
always got
A lot of
things to
games.
punch.
There's always it's an endless flow now these days.
Yeah,
Because there's
I guess
no
it will be.
COVID kind of messed up the thing, whereas everybody was like sort of releasing at Gen Con or at Spiel.
Yeah.
Now there's so many games it doesn't matter. They release all the time now.
Oh, okay. How do
Yeah.
they generate buzz then? I mean, like,
How do you generate buzz?
yeah,
don't-
if shit's
But
coming out,
I don't know how you do that. How do you generate buzz, Lance,
For what?
for a game? What's the current way to generate buzz online for a game?
There's a few things that are well, I mean, yeah, I'm not like the expert. Let's just say that.
Well, you work
But
in the industry, makes you the expert.
there are some tried and true things that can build up buzz for a game if you want people to be excited about what you got coming out.
Nudity.
So starters,
No.
it helps out a lot if you're an established company and you have a website that you'll buy things off of, if you have Kickstarters that you have run before, things like this that allow you to send out Google Forms or whatever to people that allow you to collect their email addresses that then basically opt in to you contacting them to say, hey, this thing's coming out, check it out, and then you include videos and whatever, and you hit them once every couple of weeks. I mean, it's like there's a specific amount of time you're supposed to wait, but that's generally it. You want to keep it fresh in people's minds, but not beat them over the head with it. So theoretically, also, if people buy stuff from your website, when they buy it, there's going to be that little checkbox that we all see. Yes, I would love to be notified.
Do you
of
pre-check it?
things. Well, no, you can't.
Yeah, a
You
lot of
can't
people
pre-check
do.
it anymore.
Cocksuckers.
They have to check it, but they can't check out with their
I've
order
seen people that
until
check
they
it.
pick yes or no. They got to pick yes or no. So like that's one of those things. So anyway, you have that thing where you like and we like Gray Fox Games. I remember
So
like
email marketing is a thing.
email marketing is totally a thing. It is absolutely a thing.
Do you
when
have
when I go into
information on
analytics,
who
when I go into
opens
our
emails?
analytics, I can trace down who followed a certain Kickstarter project through our email all the time, and it's always a large chunk of people. They get notified. It helps to have a Discord
A
channel.
large chunk.
It helps to have a Discord channel, and you have a Discord channel of people that are engaged and care. Our Discord channel when we first started it out when I first started, it had like less than 100 people. Now it's got over 1,000, and they are engaged. Maybe they don't comment and everything, but they come in there and they find out, and we notify them, hey, look, this is the upcoming game. We have people that go to our Discord channel just to hear about upcoming Kickstarters and stuff like that, and they go there to hear about it. And then you can do all these bots and everything like that. So I've kind of learned how to, through YouTube videos and sheer determination, I've figured out how to make a Discord that is fairly functional and works pretty well. So those are two things. Those are two big things. If you want to draw a pipe, I mean, I'm not kissing Scott's ass here, but for God's sakes, put your fucking game on Board Game Geek. I mean, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my entire life.
It just blows my mind. It blows my mind.
It is absolutely free.
Yeah.
It is a place for people. You subscribe to the game, and then if somebody goes in there and says, "Oh, I just found out about this. Can you tell me about it?" You can answer them directly right then and there. So put your game on Board Game Geek. And then it comes down to ads, right? And then it comes down to whether how you want to. So you want to set up a page. You want to set up a page that says, "I want to know when you launch when either A, your game is going to be for sale, or B, more likely, when is it going to go live on some sort of crowdfunding platform, whether it's BackerKit, GameFound, Kickstarter, whatever." So you have people. Now, most of those places have a thing there where they say, "Notify me at launch," and you click on it, and then GameFound or Kickstarter, or whatever, we'll email them directly. But the big thing is what you do is you offer them something for free if they sign up early, where you say, if you come here on our website and you sign up early to be notified, we'll send you an email letting you know we're going to give you this 5-card promo for free. Now, you don't make it exclusive. If somebody wants it during the campaign, they can pick it up in the pledge bench for like $5. But everybody who pledged or went there and signed the thing, they get it for nothing. Now, that's obviously a bit of like
Robbery.
Well, I mean, it's one thing, but I mean, it's also that FOMO, right? I mean, you hit on that FOMO. If it's something that they think they're going to get, it's just like, oh, well, I signed up. Oh, well, I signed up and I made sure I can get this thing for free. I'm going in saving $5 already. it's that weird mentality thing that people have. I mean, I fall prey to it all the time.
You also need, if you're going to use things like Facebook advertisements, whatever they call it, to actually make them appealing or interesting, that you look at it and you want to click on it and go further.
Yeah.
There's one that comes on my Facebook 3 or 4 times a day. These people obviously paid money for this, and it literally is a voiceover over someone like opening the box and going to it, and it's like, come play the most exciting game about, and it's like some
You
really
could do better
bad
with an
voice,
AI voice.
some really bad voiceover
I'll be right back.
about how that sounds bored as all hell talking about the game, trying to say it's the most exciting thing ever, but it's like, spend the money, spend the money wisely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You will you will go you will throw money away pretty quickly if you do not yeah, I mean, if you don't spend it wisely. I mean, it's just like, and it's just like, and Facebook ads are a great way to do it. I mean, honestly, they're some of the best as far as the paybacks on them are probably pretty good in comparison to a lot of stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher. I mean, to like to get people to care, right? And it's getting tougher and tougher to make a splash. You know, it's tough to get people. It helps to have things that like that have a like if you partner up with somebody and it's something that already has a certain amount of following already, that'll help you out a great deal. It's sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, like there's been definitely like board games that are based on um like video game IPs that do great. You know, like the Slay the Spire. I mean, that did great. You know, then there's other ones that don't do great. You know what I mean? You can't just slap the name on it and then hope it'll work out the best.
I think a
Good
lot of people
product's
do
a
that
good
though.
product. Yes, they do.
That's why I'm saying there's so many games.
Yeah.
Not everybody does what you're talking about, Lance.
I don't even think they play test half of them as much as they should. You know, I mean,
Definitely not. What did we play?
I played games.
You did.
Well, one, I've been playtesting Paris Agreement, and that super dense game that I showed you.
Yeah.
It is so good. I have played it now like 6 or 7 times. It is so heavy.
Is something you're going to publish?
And so good. It is something that we are seeing if we're getting feedback, right? We haven't signed it yet.
How long can you drag your feet?
Well, it's not so much that. I mean, if we get it, I mean, the guy is really interested in signing it with us. I think but the thing is that we're so backlogged right now with games. I mean, like he's got to understand that, yeah, the soonest we'll probably do anything with it is 2 to 3 years from now, right? I mean, it's like because
I wouldn't sign with you.
Well, that's
I mean, unless I really loved you, or you paid me a bunch of money.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, like he's shown this game to several other people, and they've all passed on it. And I was just kind of like,
Sure.
and I get why they pass on it. I mean, it is super dense. It is super heavy.
It's a big deal. Yeah,
it is. I mean, to make it is going
GMT
to
or anything.
What?
You didn't go to GMT? Pardon me. Excuse me.
No, I mean, it's like I said, it's got over 300 unique cards. I mean, that's freaking expensive to make.
What? 6 decks of cards?
Yeah, but each one's got its own piece of artwork.
If you need art assets too, right? Yeah, that's
yeah. So it isn't like
hey, I heard
just
this,
the stats on it.
There's this thing called
AI.
I'm not. You said it, not me.
The genie's out of the bottle, Scott. What the fuck?
Believe me, you'll find that person.
We're not going to use AI art.
I know you're not going to.
You
I
keep
know
saying
you're
that.
not.
At one point, is like, fuck it.
But you basically just told me 300 pieces of art.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not saying that there's a reason for using AI. I don't like it.
No, I mean the cost, the upfront cost to do that is immense. I mean, we got a game right now that is signed. The game is done. We've got all the art for it. We spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on the art for it, and we just don't have. We've been sitting on it now for years. We just have not had the chance to launch it yet because it's basically a game that, like, you know, we've got so many other things going on, and unfortunately, this is a game that, like, it doesn't have any. While the game itself is freaking amazing and it's fun, it it's from a first time designer, so it doesn't have a designer cred on it. It doesn't have a it doesn't have an established IP that we've set up. Like, so it isn't in the Midgard world. It isn't like in the After the Empire world. It's a completely and totally brand new game. It's about running a doomsday cult, and the end of the world is coming, and you draft cards that create your compound, and all those cards have special powers and abilities, and you only get 9 of them. And then eventually the end of the world comes, and depending upon how the world ends, you either survive or you don't, and whoever does the best job at surviving wins. And along the way, you've got to basically, like, thread the line between having the ATF showing up at your door, or it's just the government, but basically the ATF showing up at your door and busting you, or like keeping your notoriety level low. But you're doing stuff like you need to, like, make money, so you're selling drugs and stuff like that, and doing things that are, and it's a very fun game. But just, we can't launch it anytime soon because the next thing is going to be Reavers of Midgard expansion, and after that, it's most likely going to be,
That's a reprint.
well, that's the expansion to Reavers of Midgard.
Oh, reprint. Okay.
Yeah, and so then, I mean, after that, it's most likely going to be God King. And
Sounds
after
like you need a
that,
bigger company.
I mean, it's just like, and then
I mean,
along the way, also, like,
I guess if you have more games than you can publish, then either you don't publish more or you publish more. You don't, or I mean, like,
well,
I guess,
yeah,
I guess
and it's
something. I
just,
think something's got to give.
you only have so many
You turn them
windows to
down,
do
or you
things, right?
basically pick them up, and then you find more people to do more work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's one of those things where you I mean, that bottleneck is a real thing for so many
I'm sure.
smaller publishers. It's just,
And I think it's dangerous to grow too quick. Or I mean,
Yes, so do I, Scott.
I would say it's dangerous to grow without having a longer plan than a few games in the pocket, because
Exactly.
those could all bomb. And then what do you do?
yeah, and then what do you do? And then, like, we are partnering up with Game Trays to help launch their cable, right? They're so we're working with them on that. So that's part of it. We got the miniature stuff on that side. We got we're gonna start making dice pretty soon for D&D, which I'm working on. I mean, it's just
Nice.
it's 1,000 different
There's
things.
not enough dice makers out there. You guys got
No,
something new?
there's not.
It's just
One
it's one of those
more
things where
company,
it's
Scott.
like
One
we
more.
want to have, like, on our website, when you go to Nixel Minis, it's like, oh, I want some minis, and oh, cool, dice. Yeah, I'll buy some dice,
Sure. Or
and
you
it's
buy-
like, literally, once you have all of your molds ready to go, dice are cheap. You can just, it's like, okay, yeah, make those, but make them with green crystals in them instead of blue crystals, and then we'll make those. And then you go to a convention, and it's like you have them just for sale there. You can do that, and it's just, I don't know. It's like, that's another thing. It's just like, we have too much stuff going on. It's driving me crazy with everything that's going on. And then things happen, like right now, we're gonna fulfill a campaign here in June, and we're gonna fulfill one in August, and that's like my least favorite time of the world, where I'm like just dealing with logistics and spreadsheets and garbage, and I can't do anything creative. I just stare at numbers, and and then deal with people saying, I realize that you said the address changes can't be done anything like 3 weeks ago, but I'm moving to Guatemala and I'm not going to get my game. What can you do for me? Nothing. You know, you should have told me about your address change 3 weeks ago. Well, that's not fair. You just like, tell you what, you can pay the $160.
You're just gonna take my money. Yes.
Well, I don't do Kickstarters. They're thieves.
I had an email exchange with a guy today where he said, I want to cancel my pledge for Last Light. And I said, I can cancel your pledge for you, but right now, since we've given our final numbers for our production run to our manufacturer, and they are in the process of manufacturing it right now, I can only give you 70% refund. He said, I think that's garbage. And I was just because, it's like you're still taking late pledges right now. That should be fine. And he's like, so you haven't given your final numbers. And I said, we absolutely have given our final numbers. The number of people that still haven't finished their pledge is in like we've got an overrun for that, plus the extras that we're making for sales at conventions. And I said, but regardless, and I screen printed the thing on the GameFound page that says once we have given our final numbers to our manufacturer, the most that we can refund you is 70%. This was on the page. It's like we weren't. Well, he's like, his response to me was actually was you expect people to read those things?
Yes.
Well,
And then I wanted to say, no, I don't expect you to read it, but I do expect you to be held to it. I said, well, I can't make you read it if you didn't read it. But it's like, I'll give you, and he's like, well, I'll just take my 70%.
This is why I'd rather go to a store and buy one. Deal with all this bullshit.
And you are welcome to do so. Hello, Forrest. How's your wife doing?
Stressed out about a garage sale this weekend, but better. I mean,
You're
she's
having
doing
a garage sale? You getting rid of a bunch of your games?
Yeah, a bunch of, I'd say about, I don't know,
5%.
70 maybe. Like not a huge, like I love it. It's like, yeah, just like 70, but it's like, yeah, like 70 or something.
Well, I was expecting you to say you weren't getting rid of any. Is it going to be like one of those things, $1 a box? Just come and take them.
I was gonna do $2 a box and then get 6 for 10. And there's the plan was a quarter box, $1 box, $2 box, and $5 table, pretty much. And it was just there was always like a price jump. So like the $5 ones, it was buy 5 for $20. So you just lump whatever you want, you pay $5. But then my mother-in-law did not like that idea at all. So I don't know how they're priced, but I told her I don't want them to come back, so keep them dirt cheap. Take any offers you get on any of them. I don't care.
So, go ahead.
It's just I was going through them and I was just like, Jesus, I have no nostalgia for any of these games. In a couple instances, I'm like, did I actually have I played? Like, I don't even remember this game. Like,
Wait a minute, you said you weren't going to get rid of any game until you did a video.
Oh, I've done videos on them. I went back and I was like, did I do a video on this one? I was like, oh yeah, I guess.
All right, fair enough. So the local game store guy, that's a friend of mine, who the last time he ran his nerdy rummage sale where you buy a table and then you sell stuff at the table and they bring people in. Like, I expressed to him how disappointed that I was in the last one that he had because of the fact that, like, basically it opened up. There was, in the first half hour, there were a ton of people, and then it was just nobody. Like, nobody showed up for like the next 6 hours. And I basically lugged all this crap there, sold some stuff, but got rid of some things, but then like basically hauled most of it back. And he was like, "Oh, it isn't gonna be like this next time." And I was like, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. Just that. And so then he actually sent me. He sent me the sign up form to by email. He's like, "Oh, thank you for expressing interest in the Dirty Rummage sale. Here's your sign up form for like." How many tables do you want? Do you want to be inside or outside and all this stuff? And I was like, God damn it, Rich. I was like, Rich, I'm not going to do it. And he's like, no. You don't have to pay for your table. He was sweethearting you. I'm going to but you got to tell me there's going to be a ton of your board games for sale. And I was like, okay. I was just like, yeah, I want to have one of your people then show up and help me carry them all in the damn place because I'm gonna like load up my pickup and I don't want to leave with anything. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna like do a. This is like it is the day before Father's Day, in June. So I think I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna do like kind of like you, Forrest. I'm gonna have like a $5 a box section, a $10 a box section, and like a $20 a box section, and just say everything must go, and everything that doesn't go, I'm gonna like drive to a Goodwill and just hand it off to them. Just get rid of the stuff.
That'll be an exciting day for somebody. It's always fun when you stumble onto like someone getting rid of their games. You're like, oh, holy crap, those are our games. There's like 3 or 4.
I do remember I had like when a friend of mine, like he had a bunch of stuff in somebody's basement still in Fargo, and he had to get like the person selling the house, and like he had moved away. It was like something like ex-girlfriend of his or something like that, and then like he's since moved away, and he said, hey, I'm gonna be in town and I'm gonna clean up this thing. I know I have a bunch of board games down there. He's like, do you want them? And I said, well, I mean, I'm gonna probably be picky and choosy. He's like, no, you just got to take them all or none. And that's how I got those games I gave you, the Aldi, the 2 copies of the talking game where I forget the name of it
Yeah,
is.
which I've not opened. Or it's
Yeah,
been
like
sitting on the table.
whatever that like the Venus or what is it
Yeah.
called?
No, it's virus.
Megavirus?
Megavirus. A
Well,
megavirus.
yeah. So I mean, like, and so out of everything that he gave me, I think I kept like 3 things, right? The rest of it was just kind of like, whatever. And so but I remember I took the rest of it to like Goodwill. And I remember I walked in there and they were just like, holy cow. They were like, even the Goodwill guys, like the good, there was like a couple of them were like, oh, put those aside. I'm gonna get those. You know, like they weren't even gonna have them hit the they were just gonna keep them themselves and just I presumably, pay the store, whatever, But I guess so that's the bonus of when you work at the Goodwill or whatever. You get first dibs on that stuff. Way back in the day, remember Patrick Nickel?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Way back, yeah. Way back in the day, before, when he went on the lam, so to speak, he
Shit.
Isn't he still on the lamb?
I don't know. I ran into him. I ran into him many.
He's not on the
many-
lamb. He just disappeared.
He just vanished. Yeah.
He's
he just
off
But
the
no,
list.
he before he like sold everything that he had and like him and his now ex-wife like basically became RV people to stay one step ahead of the government.
Is that what the reason was?
Yes, it absolutely was the reason
What?
why.
No, whatever. I don't want to know.
No, I was just when the
Tax
whole
evasion.
kerfuffle with Geek Chic went off. I mean, this is I don't have
He wasn't
guarantee
embroiled
proof of
in
this.
that. He wasn't embroiled in that, was he?
Yeah, because Geek Chic bought his company.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's their
and
company
then
now.
and then Patrick Nickel falsified how much his company was worth. He doctored his books.
What? No, don't.
It's a matter of record.
Allegedly.
They were suing
Part
him.
of the
It's part-
bankruptcy.
Oh, they were suing him. I don't even know.
It's
I
part
know
of the
none of this.
bankruptcy proceedings of Geek Chic. Yeah, I mean, like, and one of the reasons why they
How do
said
you know all this? I didn't see any of this.
you didn't read. I read the court documents, but part of the reason why they said that they went bankrupt was basically because, Patrick Nichols said his company was worth X or Y what he was making, and then when they took it over, what he didn't let them know was, oh, by the way, I'm like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and since you bought my company, now you've assumed that debt.
Did they buy the debt too? I guess.
Yeah, and it was
Didn't buy
just
the
like,
assets. They just
and
bought the
then
company.
he hit it, and so then he, from what my understanding is that they basically had proceedings to like go after him for it, and so then him and his wife sold their house, sold all the thing, and then got an RV and just said they're gonna live, And so, but that when so he did a big giant thing where he sold a ton of his games, and then and then he took a picture of himself driving his pickup truck, and like he had in the back of his pickup, it was just full of board games. I mean, like, and I'm not talking like, Parcheesi. I mean, it was like, because him going to conventions and just buying games constantly, kind of thing, or getting games or whatever. It was full of games, everything he didn't sell, and he took them to a Goodwill and donated all. Like, games that, I mean, designer board games. So
What was the name of that company?
Crash.
Crash
Rhino.
Games, a crash of
Crash.
rhinos.
What was the game? It was that spot. It was that micro game. What was it?
Romeo and Juliet one.
He had the Romeo and Juliet
Oh,
one.
brother, where art thou, Romeo?
Yardmaster.
That he had that one Paydirt, which was good.
Yeah.
Paydirt was a fun and solid game. That was from the same designer of Alien Frontiers. Tori Newman.
Alien
I
Frontiers.
don't remember. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, look at that. Mine like a steel trap. I can't remember what else. Crash Games was going to do the reprint of Finca, but then he went out of business before that happened.
That'll do it.
Trying to remember what else he published.
Rise.
Rise. He had that train game.
Yardmaster.
Rail Yard? Was that what it was called?
Yardmaster.
Yardmaster.
Yardmaster. That was solid for a small little game.
Yeah.
Now, here's the deal. Him and Michael Coe of Tiny Epic Games, they were like originally business partners.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Michael was a part of the original Crash Games.
Yep.
That's how I met
So-
them both.
Right. I remember the
Yes.
split.
Yeah.
Plums,
Uh,
Fresh Frenzy,
Yep.
Council of Verona, Dead Drop,
Council
Council
of Verona,
Verona.
that's the-
That's
Dead
one.
Drop.
Oh,
that was the
Pirate
micro
Den.
game.
What I remember Pirate Den.
I don't remember that.
That had a sordid history.
Yeah, it did.
Did it?
Wow, that's like a
So my wife found this in a collection of stuff that I had, and I was like, what is this? I don't know if I gave this to
it's
her.
a dice coin or something. When you roll the dice.
I think
Does
it's
it have a little
Magic the
ball in there?
Gathering. I think it's Magic the Gathering because of all the
No.
different symbols on it.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. No,
Maybe.
doesn't look right.
I don't know.
Well,
She
maybe,
handed this to me.
but
and,
is there
one-
is there like a it's solid or what? Like
Oh yeah,
like
it's a big
a
thick
coin.
coin. It's
Oh,
a big
okay.
thick coin, and so
Those are
it's
not-
fun to play with.
I don't think those are the right symbols because they took the pentagram out, didn't they?
I don't know.
I don't
They,
know.
they didn't
I
ever
don't-
have a pentagram.
So if anybody's out there watching and they see this and they're like,
Take a picture of
"Why-"
it and do a Google image search.
But I mean, it has like those teeth on it, and it has like that ghost and like the dead tree and the hexagram. Maybe Matt knows. He's all smart when it comes
That's
to
smart.
images.
creative.
What do you think this is from? My wife found this in a collection of stuff. She said it must be mine.
Must be. It's got your name written all over it.
Well, this isn't something my wife would have. And it's
I
got
found
it's got the little blood thing in the middle.
It's a game. It's a board game.
What is it?
You'll never guess. Folklore of the Affliction.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Remember that game?
No. I've heard of it, but yeah.
Google image search is a fascinating tool.
Is it?
It's AI, baby.
AI, Scott.
The worst. It's the worst. It should be banned.
I guess.
Banned, Scott. Banned.
Banned.
I threw it in the Google Lens and it basically came up with the first hit of Folklore of the Affliction, a fistful of meeples.
Did we learn
And
nothing?
that board game
from
geek link on the
Terminator?
next one. Here's the board game geek link. Here you go. It's called the Affliction Talisman of Kremel.
Caramel?
Man, I like folklore.
Caramel?
I let my
Caramel.
friend borrow Folklore of the Affliction with all the expansion stuff.
I wanted
got
to play that. I
just
never
for the
did.
video.
Is it any good?
She never returned it back to me.
So it must have been
and
great.
I don't know what happened to it. It drives me
Sold it
crazy.
for pennies on the dollar, probably.
Folklore of the Affliction had so many things. I have
It
boxes
did.
of it. I have boxes of it.
Where is it now, Scott? Collected dust.
It's in the building.
It's
I
it's
got to
good.
talk about a game.
And Nino, the designer, is a really nice guy. If you ever get to
I'm
meet
sure.
him, he's
Never met him.
He's super nice. If he ever comes to BGG Con, I'll have you meet him. He is.
I need to play that Folklore of the Affliction. I wanted to try it.
It's,
It's
Right
too
on
much.
this, Scott. You got
It's
a
too much.
convention coming up.
I don't
Well, it's
think
not
it
a
is.
lot, right? If you just play the base game and
Yeah, I
like
just
go
wanna
through,
learn- I
go
just
through
wanna
the
play it
story of the
once.
base game,
Yeah, I wanna see it.
that'd be plenty.
Yeah, I want to play it. So I did play a good game this weekend. Played a couple
What's
games
that?
this weekend. I played Let's Go to Japan.
Oh, I like that one
That's
a
a
lot.
that's a game. It says "Let's go!" exclamation point to Japan.
What'd you think?
It's good. It's very good. It's strong.
AEG.
Yeah.
AEG. Yeah. So it's a card drafting game. You basically draw a couple cards. You pick some, put them in your tableau. You're building a trip through Japan, through Tokyo or Kyoto, and leaving the cities. Changing cities costs you money. Like you have to pay a train. Hopefully, you can get a luxury train. Makes it nice, but sometimes you got to pay. So if you go to Tokyo, then Kyoto, then Tokyo, like don't do that. That's what I did. That's not the right way to do it. You either go Tokyo, 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 then Kyoto, like group them together. But it's really cool. It's mostly like symbol matching. It's like set collecting with some twists. It's not difficult.
No, I
It
enjoyed
looks
it a good
nice.
deal.
It's very nice, very simple.
I like how the
It's
theme comes
good.
across really well. Like
The
it even,
drafting is quick. What'd you say?
I like how the theme comes across really well.
The-
I like
yeah, the
looking at
theme
the
is really
flavor
all
text
the
of the
cards.
cards.
I think they're all unique.
No, they're not all unique. Like
Oh, they're not?
there's a couple that are like the drumming lesson but yeah,
Oh,
for the most part, there's tons of cards.
yeah, it's neat. If I go to Japan, I'll have to look at those cards and plan my trip.
Mm.
But yeah, it's good. I feel like it's weird. I feel like some games like that should have been done before. Maybe it has, but I can't remember anything that you're basically trying to arrange your path of your move of your trip so that you score the most points at the right times. Does that make sense?
Did you have the deluxe edition?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice.
Pieces are very nice.
Yeah.
And the bowls are nice.
The bowls, the cloth, like
The bowl, yeah, it came wrapped in like this nice silk cloth.
yeah, I think it's so nice.
Really, really nice presentation.
It's got like tape in there. Like it's
It has
branded.
the washi tape, yeah.
Oh wait, what's washi tape?
That's what that is. It's tape with like art on it.
Oh, I've never heard
Oh,
of it
It's
before.
called washi tape, I think.
I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah, just Google washi tape.
I don't think I will.
Okay.
Fuck you, Scott.
Trying to throw down some knowledge.
I don't want your stinking knowledge.
Yes, it has a roll of tape in it that has art on it. What else it has? Yeah, it's really nice. Like the score book is a passport.
Oh, that scorebook's
can-
so neat.
Cool.
You can track your scores. It's really well. I mean, like it's over the top done well. The cards are like massively huge. They don't. Here's my one complaint. It takes up too much table space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes up a ton of space.
It does.
The cards are basically tarot cards.
Yeah.
And you don't really need that big. They don't need to be that big. Now I like them. I'll take it, but could be smaller.
I noticed that's a trend in
And
gaming a lot.
the pieces are like giant for the, they didn't cheap out in any way. It's all good stuff. Now I didn't want to play it again immediately. That was another thing. I was like, yeah, I'm satisfied. I'm done. Let's play something else. I didn't want, and everybody else was like, I play that again. And I'm like, yeah,
I want to try some of the
I'll play it
expansion
again, but
content.
not today. You know what I mean?
Like there's a third city in the expansion content. There's
Yeah, there was some expansion content. I didn't really look at it,
I think I'd like to try that stuff.
but it's a good game. It's like under 2 hours. Like I haven't played a game that's under 2 hours in forever.
Really?
So good. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just played like literally a few minutes ago. I had board game night here. We played Holy and then
only what
HOLI
HOLI. I know.
and Pies, little small box game from Play. That was fun. It's a redo of Pairs. Used to be called Pairs.
Oh, I
okay.
like pairs.
Yeah,
Oh, I have like 12 decks of pairs.
Yeah.
Because James Ernest did like that.
Yeah, I was
deluxe.
gonna say cheap
Every
ass games
art,
did a while.
cheap ass, yeah.
Yep. I got
yeah.
a couple of those.
This
Those
is
like
good. The
small
little
bridge size
Yeah,
games.
it's a good little fun drafting game. Or,
this one has
Yeah.
little pie tokens that are all different. Like that's like a raspberry
those are
pie.
good.
And then there's like a little peach pie. And
Oh wow.
this one's really nice. It's like an open face pie and stuff. Yeah, Snow did the illustrations for all these. She did a really good job.
Cool. I went back to the Seventh Citadel. That game is hard.
Uh,
Yeah.
Is that Seventh Continent expansion or a
It's a
follow-up?
new
It's a new
world.
one.
It's a completely new thing. It's
Oh,
so
that's a new one.
It's
Yeah.
Seventh Citadel. Yeah, it's a new world. It's not. I don't think there's any overlap that I can tell. It's
the,
in the science. It's like post-apoc. It feels post-apocalyptic, but it might even just be another planet. I don't know.
the mechanics changed
You are
much, Scott?
human. The mechanics are similar, but not the same. They're
Okay.
mostly the same. It's exploring the world and trying to figure it out. And like we hit this. I mean, we hit a we did a bunch of things, none of which helped us accomplish our goal. And then we went back home, and it basically said, "Try again." Like that was the story. Try again. Here's a
Fun.
card.
It sounds real fun.
Yeah,
Which I'm
that
like,
sounds
oh, okay,
fun.
so you have to solve that. You have to figure it out. I mean, I like it. Believe me, I'm intrigued by the game. It's super intriguing. I think though my group is not going to dig it. I think we're done. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I just get the sense that they're just going through the motions with me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Could you be out of sync with your group, Scott? That happens sometimes.
I'm usually not,
Mm,
but there was like a moment in the game where like they're like, "What should we just go back to base?" And I'm like, "If we go to back to base, it's done. Like we're just done. Is that what we want?" Okay. Like we just gave up, you know? Like
yeah.
that kind of. We didn't try any other things, which is fine. But you know, I don't like getting beat by games, which that's a new experience, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we played. I mean, I played at least 20 to 30 hours of Seventh Continent
Did you?
with multiple groups.
Yeah.
And we did finish the first quest, which was fucking 20 hours. It was a lot. It was a long time, and we figured it out. We got it, and it was not easy.
I knew you
But
could do
this
it,
one
Scott.
feels harder, which is what's that?
I fucking around with you. You could do
Anyway,
it. I played Maximum Apocalypse. Trying to get to the fourth mission. I'm waiting on Jen.
which apocalypse are you playing?
I'm playing the second edition.
But which theme?
I got done the zombies. I'm trying to get to the mutants, but I'm waiting for
Oh,
Jen
you're
because
playing them in order.
I played it in order, but I'm playing two games so I could try all the characters. So with Jen, I'm playing with certain characters, and So right now, between the third and fourth mission, you got to move some tiles around. I'm trying to avoid that before I finish up with Jen on the previous one. I like I like the game, but the rule book, I just don't understand game companies with this fucking rule book shit these days. Like the first mission had a print mistake on it saying pull out the scientist scavenge card, which does not come in the copy of the game I have. Shit like this. Just a blind fucking reading of the rule book would solve all
People that
this.
can't respond to their phone,
Yeah.
get phones.
And this is the second edition.
It's interesting because I don't know if I
People
had the
what time
problems
it
with the
is.
rulebook, but
What's your bedtime?
so I scanned the rulebook quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't read it.
You have to have all your
Like I just looked at the
stuff
basic flow of the
turned on,
game
fine.
and we just went, we just went with it.
Yes.
That's basically what I did, but this was in the setup for the mission. Like this
Oh,
is
okay.
the
Yeah, sure.
mission objective
That's
and
a mission
shit.
objective is messed up. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So the second edition didn't have the right card. Is that what you were saying?
It listed a card that wasn't in the second edition. Like what Carcassonne did with that Rivers expansion shit. It's mentioned in a previous version of the game. And then there was something else I
Makes
can't remember
sense.
what it was.
Yeah, that would. So if I ever come across that kind of stuff, I just ignore it.
Yeah, I did too, but it drove me nuts because I was looking for this fucking card that didn't exist. It's just shit like that. And then there was like it had a player aid card that didn't match the steps on the back of the rule book, which was actually the way like one thing was out of order. Shit like that. It's the best and worst of fucking Kickstarter, in my opinion, is this game. It got a guy's dream made, but then you had to get all the pretty plastic in the second edition to try and sell it, and all this shit happened with the quality control.
Preach.
Even that, there's miniatures in the game. There's
You gotta
standees in
have
the game.
minis.
There's
play with
standees
yeah, we
and
play with
miniatures.
standees. We play with standees.
Right? There's standees for both sexes. The miniatures, there's only one sex. All right. So it's shit like that, why isn't there? This is probably an add-on or something you could buy extra because it's this Kickstarter nonsense. It's quality control in my opinion. But I do enjoy the game.
I
But I
mean,
wouldn't.
I think they are a good company for the most part. Like their
Yeah, this is
games
my.
are. I like their games a lot. Like I really like Set a Watch. I really like this one, so I give them a little bit of a pass.
This
I
is
don't
my
think-
first experience with them.
Sure.
Yeah. It's not going to dissuade me from looking into other stuff. I do enjoy the game, but it's just like I said, just this cost $85 for this game.
Oh,
And
okay, you went in. Yeah, yeah. I did
no,
not.
they broke it up from the edition you have, Scott. This was
Okay.
part of my confusion with it. So now they have the second edition Maximum Apocalypse, which is just the base game, basically, from what I understand. Then they have this Wilderness expansion or something. And then they have Gothic Horrors, which is a bunch of their expansions from the previous one, with this new
Right.
board that they have in
Confusing.
this. The whole thing going from the three editions. There's the first
Oh yeah.
edition,
So you may
the
be beyond.
legendary, and the
I think
second
I
edition.
only have the legendary.
Yeah, and I think that's where some of this stuff in the rulebook came from because they were just copy and pasting from the legendary rules or something. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but a blind test reading of the rule book would have solved all this. It's just pushing it out like a lot of Kickstarters do, in my opinion. Screw quality, just push it out. Yeah. I expect that there be conflicts with the cards, and it's a card game. There's always that, Arkham Horror, all that. There's conflicts. I
Well,
expect shit like
the
that.
system is not trivial, and it's
No,
complexity. The combos, and it's one of those games that has like a ton of things going on that may not ever all work together. If you know what I mean. Like there's a time. Did you get the time traveler expansion, the Doctor Who character?
no, that
It's an
comes with
add-on. It
another
basically
one
completely
of
breaks the
these.
game.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what this second edition was trying to do, was trying to fix all that, but they did it sloppily, in my opinion. But like I said, I enjoy the game and then the system.
Yeah, it's a beer and pretzels.
Yeah. This is
Roguelike.
actually something I think my brother will get into. So I actually ordered the Wilderness one because I don't think he'll get into these themes, but I think he'll get into the Wilderness one, which is more grounded.
So you all these complaints, yet you're buying more.
It's a pretty good game, even with the complaints.
Yeah, that's
It's
why
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
But it's just I don't understand the rule books. Why do companies rush these rule books? Why do they not blind read these rule books with their games?
Yeah.
How
This
do
is
you
the
know?
first thing.
How do you know they rushed it?
Because it has all these mistakes.
Oh,
So,
It can
let me
happen.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Barry.
Hmm.
So an organization that's been around for, let's say, 75 plus years,
Yeah.
and has been doing the same thing every year for 75 plus years. Do you think they make mistakes with things they write out?
Yeah, sure. Everybody
Okay.
makes mistakes.
Well,
My
I'm gonna
point
say-
is, this is their second edition. All right, this isn't the first.
Plus, you should be
Second.
posting these on Kick. Like
well,
I
well,
mention all the time, you should post it on Kickstarter. You should let it get torn apart by the few people who actually will go through it. Like,
well,
Yeah.
and on the second edition,
Uh.
I agree with Barry. Like, it's
here's the thing. Okay, the NHL has been around for 90 something years now. The Stanley Cup has been around for all those years. There is a person who's on that Stanley Cup multiple times, and their name is spelled differently every single time. You would think they'd get it right after they made the first mistake the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You
I would
try and
bitch
spell
about that.
Gretzky.
They're fucking up. I'd bitch about that.
Well, I'm just saying, things happen.
Yeah, but what I'm
Yeah.
saying is this is the first thing a person is going to see about your game. This is representing your game more than just about anything, is the rule book. I would spend more
Well,
attention
no,
on the
first of
rule
all,
book
that isn't
than
what you'll see first represented in the game. The first thing they see is the artwork, the pieces.
I mean the first thing of substance. All
Well, I
right.
would say artwork and pieces and everything is absolutely a substance. People buy games for the way they look, not for a rule book.
Okay.
I know
so-
what Barry's saying. If you sat
No.
down with what you have and you just start going through the thing without any outside influence, i.e. blind playtesting, you would
Yeah.
find the problems that Barry's talking about. No,
It-
100%.
He did say
as-
blind rule book read. He said it a couple times. Like I
As a
agree.
person who actively publishes games, I would like to say that we do turn our beta rulebook, our alpha and our beta rulebook over to like our Discord members, and we say, and we have people that, and literally goes from like having 5 people take a look at it and go through it, everything, and it turns into hundreds. And they provide notes, and I'm not talking about a note or two. I'm talking they come back to us
I've been
with
part of those groups, not your groups, but I've done it.
pages and pages of this isn't clear, this is wrong, this is misspelled, and we get through, and so we have all those eyes look at it, and then we get it done, and then we give it to them again, and then they go through it again, and then we publish it, and there's still something wrong. You can go through those books, those rule books. It doesn't matter. Like I was talking to Pete Shirey, we were talking about how he said, yeah, they Kuhlman or not, there was like some tokens that are for the Dune game that were misprinted, and it's like it's like 8 tokens or something like that, and for the Dune game that they made, and they're remaking them and sending them out to backers or whatever, and he's like, man, we were just commiserating about that. Thousands of people looking at this, reading it, looking at it, going over it, and how does that happen? How do those things get wrong? How does the wrong artwork get
I've told the story here before. Myself, and at least 14 to 17 other people edited, went through every single damn card in several of Portal's games, including what was written on the box, everything, corrected every single bit of English in there, and that they printed the wrong file.
Yeah, that's super annoying.
That's the publisher's fault, though. But I'm not talking like typos and shit. I'm saying like this one had a card listed in there that was in a previous version, I guess, that they mentioned for this version, and it was not in the version. This is the second game in months that I've done this. Like I said, the Carcassonne did the same thing. They're mentioning something that's not even in the game.
But so
This should have been caught.
Barry,
You know?
Barry. So
Anthony.
if you're doing proofreading of things
Yes.
via committee, like a lot of companies do, when they let other people read it and see if it makes sense, you read individually each thing to make sure it makes sense.
Right.
You don't necessarily go back and make sure that it's included in both the rule. If it's mentioned in the rule book that the card actually exists, you just take for granted that the card exists.
This is what I'm getting at. At some point, this card should have never been in the rule book. It should have never been there. This is a quality thing. It's if you've never played a board game, you pick this board game up and this happened to you, would you ever come back to this company?
It depends.
What do you
Well,
I
mean?
think
how-
people have a lot more tolerance.
It depends on
Than we do.
what the thing is. If you mention a whole resource that's not included in the game, yes, that's a little weird. If you mention a card and the card isn't there, okay, the card's not there. It's one card.
It's
not
one
a
card
whole-
that they list as part of an objective. This is what I'm getting at. It's part of the scenario.
So it's a scenario issue, not necessarily a. And you sure you just didn't get the card?
No, it's not in the game. It's in a previous edition, I believe. I'm not sure.
They took it out.
They
Or
took
change
it
the
out.
name or something.
Yeah, you use a
What was
marker
the,
now.
do you remember what the card was called? I'm actually just
The
curious.
scientist. It was
A scientist.
they call it the scientist scavenge card. I believe it's
Scavenge?
now in the Gothic horror edition.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess if they what they've done is they've taken this big giant box of game and split it up into multiple parts, and you
Yeah.
bought the multiple parts. I
Mhm.
can see that happening.
Okay,
Yes.
so the
As
scenario
nice.
is broken because the card doesn't exist.
No, it's not broken. It's just it's they mention it that on Board Game Geek they say just use a marker.
Yeah.
All right. This card is not in the game at all. This Maximum Apocalypse. It's in the Maximum Apocalypse Gothic Horror edition.
Which used
It's
to be
ano-
part of the
another-
thing together, the original
Yeah.
one.
Now
Okay,
it's a standalone expansion.
gotcha.
All right.
Okay.
So what I'm getting at is we all have played board games for years. We learned to, look over this shit. But if you're brand new to this hobby, you pick up that rule book and you look for this card and it's not in the game, this would frustrate the hell out of me.
Well, you would think that person would contact the company and say, "Hey, I think I'm missing a card."
Yeah.
It's in the errata, by the way.
Yeah, it is. But again, like how
Right, if
many
they don't,
people
like I
go
said,
to
if they don't know
BGG
if
for
board
errata?
game BGG exists or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
getting
no,
at.
I know. Yeah, it
That's
Have
was
to
what I'm
it's
getting
a
contact the
mistake.
company and say, "Hey, I think I'm missing a card."
Yeah.
And there's
Well,
a few other things, but like I'm saying, I still like the game. I like the system and all that, but
Well, I mean, but
I don't
here you are
understand how
complaining.
publishers.
What do you want?
I don't understand why
he wants a
publishers don't
pinky.
understand. No,
He wants a
why
pinky.
don't publisher understand? They're bringing this to new people. They got to understand the system. you know, spend more time on the rule books. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, as long as they say to put the board in the middle of the table,
You're
Yeah.
good. I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
because I don't know where to put it otherwise.
I
And that's the
wouldn't, I
thing.
wouldn't
I
know
mean,
where to put it.
we all laugh and joke about it, but that's the way. Like, I used to work on try to design games. I would write rule books, and I would literally write the rules out, and I would hand them to my ex-wife, who
I
didn't play games, and say, "Can you read this and tell me what it says?"
Uh-uh.
Because if she could explain what it said, tell me back what it was, I'm like, okay, good. I wrote it for
Really,
anyone to
really
understand.
good enough.
Well,
I have asked repeatedly. I said, "Can we please put in our rule book? Unfold the game board and throw it out the window." It's like, and then parentheses, we're just kidding. Please put it on the thing. But no, because they said no, because somebody will throw it out the window, then demand they get another game board.
Please place the game board slightly askew.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
just annoying, like I always say. This is the reason I don't buy big boxes and all that shit. I just want the base game, and I'll decide from there if I want expansions. Yeah.
So here's something I wanted to ask your opinion on this. How do I I'm friends with somebody on Facebook and I saw them post something. It's board game related. Oh, by the way, I got my first ever slap of the hand from Facebook the other day because somebody posted like some sort of optical illusion. And I said, "Sorcery, burn the witch," and I got flagged for being violent or like threatening somebody. And I was unable to send direct messages for 24 hours
Oh,
because
you're in
because
Facebook jail.
I got Facebook jail. I was just
So-
like,
I got my Board Game Geek account suspended, but I don't know why. It won't tell me.
Facebook did?
And so I've gone through the rigmarole. I've actually talked to someone on Facebook, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we can't tell you why, or there's no reason given, because if we tell you, then you can work around it next time." I'm like, "But I don't. Isn't that weird though? Like, you did something wrong. I'm not going to tell you what it is." Okay, like,
so
great. That's
here's my thing. Here's my thing. That
I'm really glad you're in control of 500 million or billions and billions of people in the world.
Yeah. So when somebody posted something about a current crowdfunding campaign that's going that just recently surpassed $1 million. And I had no idea that the person in question was perhaps an original designer of what this game is based on. But because the game is older, and because the fact that they were young, and when they signed their contract, basically they get nothing.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and I was just kind of, and I thought about that for a second, and I was just kind of like, what is your recourse at that point? I mean, you just have to chalk it up to, wow, that was a really bad decision I made, and hope it doesn't like follow you for the rest of your life, and you don't think about it, and you know.
I'm sure it would have an impact on your life, especially if you get $1 million today.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of like,
Well, it's
Do I know this person?
the thing that this person lost out on. Literally, is about to make $1 million. It's
well, no,
funny you
I
said
mean,
that.
it's giant fu money if you
Yeah.
if there is. So it's one of the original people that wrote the Munchkin Guide to Power Gaming, which Steve Jackson Games
Oh yeah, I know that
took
book.
that and then turned it into the Munchkin games. But apparently, like, basically, the people that like the whatever contract they signed or whatever basically jammed them, and they're like seeing no money from
Oh.
anything that they make. Go to bed. Are you going to bed? I can't see.
No, we're still awake.
Come here. Give me out. I'm here. What's your return?
Yeah. So wait,
me now.
It's not a Toma.
I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Well, no, I mean, it's like,
The-
what do you, I mean,
The
I always
Munchkin
wonder,
board game is
I-
going to make $1 million, and this person is going to get none of it.
yeah, basically.
Oh, that's what it is. Oh, ouch.
They haven't got any of the pie.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you get in the picture.
I
So
mean,
here's
might
the
be
thing.
worth a. I mean, I don't
They-
know. I
They sell
Might be worth a lawyer.
on Drive Through RPG. They sell a book that you can pay whatever you want to buy, and it's just a 3-page account of telling about how it came to pass, and you can buy it, and it's like 25 years ago. These two guys wrote the Munchkin's Guide to Power Gaming. Little did they know this would start an incredibly profitable chain of events for Steve Jackson Games. Being young, stupid, needing the money, the contract wasn't exactly the best in the intervening years. Steve Jackson Games has made millions of dollars from spin-off products, while these two have made a few hundred. Like, not 100 million, 100 as in dollars, $100. It's rare to help create a hit in this industry, and rare still to profit from it. Having consulted with their audience, the authors have concluded they might as well make it possible for anyone with a conscience to donate a modest amount if they enjoyed anything to do with Munchkins over the following years. This is mostly what this is, but it'll also be a living document of reminiscences from the writing of the original book and insights into the aspects of it, such as like cyberpunk, just goes on and on. And it's just and it's one of those things where you're like, that sucks. And then also you think, well, what if like Steve Jackson Games are like, yeah, it's just like, that does suck, here's some money. Not that but they don't have to, right? They don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know. Business.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
Tough-
music
tough,
industry back in the day. Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you just kind of like,
So
let the lesson be,
But I mean, here's the thing: they didn't make the word Munchkin.
No, but
Munchkin's Guide to Power Gaming was not their. They made a guide to power gaming, but did they call it Munchkin?
But that's what
Oh, it was not
the
based on.
the original Munchkin game. The original Munchkin
Was not related to the Munchkin game.
Was totally related. That was because the whole idea was the Munchkin Guide to Power Gaming was what that, and then so you go to the original Munchkin game,
which is like, let's say, a multi-gajillion dollar thing because Munchkin's big.
Yeah.
All you're saying all the Munchkin is derived from this book?
Well, that's
At some
that's
point.
the impetus of it.
Ooh,
no?
fancy word.
You know, I mean, because I have somewhere where I probably don't have it anymore, but somewhere I have the very first Munchkin board game where I did.
I
at one
froze, by
point.
the way. I don't know if you said anything.
What?
I froze, by the way. I don't know what your answer was. I'm just saying, am I making the conclusion if Munchkin Guide to Power Gaming was used to make the Munchkin game? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Like, so the original card game, like the one that
the original
you play
card game,
and you
the
knock
one that
people
has that
down.
picture of the guy with the chainsaw on it, and he's
All
got
the
the weird helmet.
Kovalic
or whatever.
artwork. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was originally from that book,
Well, it's
derived
like,
from that book.
Derived
I mean, it's
from
inspired the
that book.
but I bet there's probably not a direct connection.
Well, my understanding is that there is. I mean, like,
Okay, well then, you know,
Yeah,
but
live and you learn.
and then basically it was one of those things where it's like, hey, here's this book, and then Steve Jackson Games and I don't know who created the first Munchkin game.
I mean, here's the thing: people sell stuff all the time.
Yeah, they do. I mean, like Steve Jackson.
The fact that
here's
they
the
made
deal.
something popular out of it was not because of that book being
It was
created.
2001, right? Or year 2000 first
That when
got
it came out?
published. Yeah,
I feel like
2000,
it's all-
2001.
I thought I played it in the 90s.
In the year 2000.
So 2001, so 22 years ago, you go up to a couple guys in their 20s and say, this is a pretty cool idea. It's funny. I think I've got Steve Jackson basically designed the game, and said, I got this idea for a game for it. I'll give you X, it's probably one of those things where it's like, let me make this game. I'll give you $4,000, and they're like $2,000 each. Cool. Yeah. Go ahead and make the game. And then all of a sudden it just explodes.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then you're like, shit.
I guess that could happen to anything.
Well,
Yeah. That's why you make that
I
kind
mean,
of deal.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Sure.
I mean,
Not from
there's
Steve's end.
there's all kinds of those. I
But
told
there's more to it than just.
Well, I'm sure there.
Yeah, ideas are easy.
Yeah, ideas are.
I'll give you 10 ideas tomorrow.
I'll get you a toe by 3 p.m. today.
Now doing those ideas.
Nice call.
I'll get you a
Damn it.
pinky by 3 o'clock.
Fucking amateurs. No, I mean it's one of those things.
I
where
guess
you're
I
like,
would be a little bit annoyed, sure, but it's not going to define me. Because you didn't build the company that made that game. I mean, it's not related. You sell, if you're an artist, you sell stuff. I mean, that's the way it goes.
If you had
There
invented
she goes.
Facebook, you would have invented Facebook.
Yeah.
Call it the Facebook.
I agree
Drop
with
the
Scott.
face.
Drop the.
I'll be right back doing your initials.
I'm
Yeah,
not,
Ooh.
but here,
get your ass
I
back
had the
there,
idea
let's
for
do initials.
crowdfunding it in the early 2000s.
Scott,
I had conversations about it with my ex-partner.
Good
So
thing
I'm
your
not,
next
but I'm
partner
not
wasn't
like,
Steve
I'm not,
Jackson.
here's the thing. That's an idea. It's just an idea.
Yeah, it's
Didn't
just
do
an
anything
idea.
with it. It's the way it goes, man.
I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's like you always hear those stories about, every week, Evan threw $10 into the pot for the weekly lottery tickets, but the one week he decided not to.
Yeah,
Sure.
son of a gun. Every time.
How's it going, Evan?
Good.
Are you coming to BG? You're not coming to BG. Nobody here is coming to
Not
BG
spring.
spring, right?
Not spring.
No.
I'm on my
coming to-
own.
I'm coming
You're
to
on your own,
November.
Scott.
Oh,
I'm on my own.
by yourself.
That's
was all
okay.
by myself.
I got it.
Don't wanna be-
How
If
was
I didn't have to put so
it?
many windows in this year, I would.
Sutherland's are coming.
Not spring. I'm not sure about fall, but not spring.
Sutherland's are
I'll
coming.
be there
so
in fall for sure.
we'll have some
When,
velvet taco with them.
when I no
Son of
longer
a
like have
bitch.
kids in school or something, I'll go to BGG. If it's still a thing and I'm still alive.
How many years?
18.
If it's still a thing.
Well, my son is 12, so yeah.
6, 7 more years? Maybe.
Plus
It's just,
college.
it always happens. That, like, I
I can't see that far forward.
Yeah, I mean,
Nah.
I can't look past next week.
Yeah, I have a hard time
Not
after
100%
6 months.
true. I guess I'm looking 2 weeks ahead now.
Yeah.
Ask me what I'm
setting
doing
up
by the
the
end of the year.
lake
Nothing.
and
What are you doing at the end of the year, Scott?
Nothing. Taking it one day at a time, man.
So bye. Although I would like to next year, I want to go to one of them. I don't know if it's going to be spring or fall, but if it's fall, I'm on my own. Jen won't be there, which might be a good thing. We'll see.
I'd like
It'll
to
be
go to
25
Disney
years
Spring.
next year, Scott.
I know. What am I gonna do?
What are you going to do, Scott?
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, do I have to do anything? I mean, I just
I
don't.
think you
It's
should
just
do
another
something.
year.
No, you should do something because you're
We didn't
not
do anything for
probably
20.
that's different. That was 5 years ago.
Why?
That
Why
was
is it? Why is 5 more years matter?
well because 20 was during the COVID shit. You know, there was
Was
that. Yeah, yeah.
So I
No, no.
watched Shogun.
Next year is 20 years. Next year is
and
20 years.
we've talked about watching Shogun.
Next
but
year's
I went-
20
we
years?
watched-
Next year's 20. Yeah.
We
What do you
watched
mean next year's
Shogun,
20?
and I've
Started in
just
2005.
King E started in 2000.
Well, the website. Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about? I'm talking about the convention.
Oh no, not
Oh,
the
the,
convention.
the
I meant
website's
the website.
25 years. Yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
fucking A. I don't know.
I had
I
no
know.
idea how.
Lance
old
is
the
talking
fucking
about
thing
Shogun or something.
Fucking A.
yeah. No, we watched Shogun. I think if you haven't watched Shogun,
I
you
gotta
gotta
go
go watch
else, yeah.
Shogun. But then I immediately was like, oh man, I gotta go dig out my.
You're not playing. You're not playing the initials.
No, I have to do playtesting tonight
Oh man.
For what?
A
for
game.
a game you're not
probably.
involved with, Lance.
It better be.
Is
It
it that?
better be. It better be an expansion.
It's not.
Is it that Wildwood game?
No, it's not that one either.
Is it a
Is it the,
reskinned
is
Dead
it
of
the-
Winter?
No.
Is it the patchwork game? Patch
No.
Happens game or?
Uh-uh. No, it's a like high fantasy exploration characters, quests and combats kind of thing.
Will there be miniatures?
Sounds fun.
I'm sure there will be miniatures.
Sounds horrible.
There will be
Miniatures
miniatures.
and
There will
everything.
be miniatures. I drink your miniature. All right, I'm out of here.
Who signed the game?
His name is Chris Wazoo. He's like a small French publisher.
Oh, it's that game?
Yeah,
yeah.
That sounds like a fake name.
that sounds like a total fake name.
Matt
do I
has
get?
talked
Do,
to
do
him.
I get
Put-
any NFTs?
I'm gonna
when
put
I
it up
buy
your
this
wazoo.
thing?
Is he a Kiwi, Evan?
No, he's French.
He's bi
French.
human.
He's French.
He's
He does
human,
not
yeah.
sound like a French person.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know.
Don't you see
How
what
about-
happened?
He
how about
he's not
start
from
with not
France.
lying?
He is in France.
Yeah.
He's Australian or New Zealander. That's
All I can do is do this and moonwalk out of the scene.
where's the hedge when you need it?
All right, see you guys. Have fun.
Yeah.
There's-
Well, now that you're leaving,
Yeah. See, sucker. Speaking of French, you see what happened today? They were transporting a drug dealer, like a big kingpin drug dealer, from one prison to another or something, and he got his guy to break him out, like in a movie type shit, shooting, and it was nuts. And,
In France?
yeah, I believe it was in Paris, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Wow.
Yeah, that was nuts. The world's
I hear
kind
there
of
was an
strange place.
assassination attempt today.
Yeah, on
I mean, this is the shit that starts wars.
yeah. Where was it? It was a
World
Slavic
World
country,
Wars.
wasn't it?
Slovakia.
Slovakia, yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, see that too.
it could be, man. All of a sudden, one of those countries is like, well, I'll team up with Russia. Sure, why the hell not? At least then I'm gonna have a big brother. Like, yeah, man, it's scary. Scary to think about what a desperate dictator will do.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I just don't think that's really common now. There's too much there's too much social media now. Like you can't be the cult of personality just doesn't work as well, and people can just Google your shit. You're lying. It's
Yep.
like- yeah, just like,
Well,
hold on,
here,
hold on.
there's
I'm gonna fact
countries
check
that-
your speech, El Presidente.
there's countries that don't have social media, Lance. Because the
I don't-
dictator would
I
allow
don't
it.
see any news of this breakout there, Barry.
cover up, man.
It was
It's cover-
today?
Cover up.
Fake
It was either today or
news.
yesterday.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to find it.
Fake news.
Fake news.
A France shock confronts violence in its midst. There it is. Yes, the freed of. Oh, wow. The ruthless assault that freed a prisoner has set off a manhunt that's turned attention to a multi-billion-dollar drug trade fueling gang warfare.
Yeah. It's like shit out of
Wow.
movies, man.
That is like a movie.
It's like Narcos in France. What would that be? I don't know French.
Oh, Narcos, what a great movie.
Le Narcos.
Yeah, I like both of it.
Lane Narcos.
The Mexico too.
Oh yeah, even the sequel or whatever was pretty freaking amazing.
Pretty freaking good.
When he
Did anybody watch Frosted? I finished it, by the way.
I did.
I
watched
downloaded
It's
it.
got a
I've
good.
watched
It ends good. I mean, it's like a fine thing. I mean, it's not dumb.
It's stupid fun.
It's stupid fun.
Yes.
I do like the Schwinn guy.
I just want to see more Seinfeld in
Steve
movies.
Schwinn or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
More
Steve Schwinn.
Seinfeld.
More Seinfeld in
you
movies
see
specifically.
have you
It's
seen
not
like
Seinfeld.
the people that don't want to admit that, like, because of the fact that he's kind of not like he's against the whole woke culture or whatever. I hate even talking like this stuff, but like a lot of the people that like want to just totally bag on the movie and they're like, well, it's okay, but he's still just kind of annoying and I don't like him. Just like
Oh,
it's weird.
he's getting canceled or something.
Not really, because he hasn't done anything really like overtly stupid.
His problem is not woke culture. It's just cancel culture in general.
Yeah. And so it's not that he's not
Not
he's
icky.
not like he's not like bad, but it's like a lot of people are like, oh, he's just so cringy. Like they reference the fact that like when he was
He's
in his
70.
like, well, no, they reference like when he was dating that like 17-year-old girl or whatever, when like with her parents' permission, and then like the age of consent is old enough, but he was like 38 or 39 at the time, kind of thing, where he met her in the park and they dated for like 2 years or something like that.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh yeah, I mean that was like a big thing, and then like nobody cared.
Sean Weinstein.
Yeah, it was like Sholana or Shoshana
Shoshana.
or
Shoshana.
Shoshana.
yeah. He just saw her at a park bench in New York, and he started up a conversation with her, and then he wanted to go out on dates with her, so he met her parents and made sure it was okay, and so he was like in his late 30s, early 40s, and he was like dating a 17-year-old girl, which is creepy as fuck. But at the time, nobody batted it. Nobody
Yeah, it was a
cared.
different era. Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
a
at the
different
time,
era.
nobody cared. They're like, oh, really? Okay.
Jerry Lee Lewis,
Yeah, well, at least she was 17. That's what I was getting at. Yeah, Jared, what was it? 14-year-old?
14.
It's his
Yeah.
cousin.
First cousin
And
or second cousin.
when,
Yeah,
oh my
it's-
god, I just what was it? A recent one when who was it? It was like a modern, like they're married, but when they first started dating, it's like a celebrity couple. I can't remember who it is. She was 14. And it's not like way back when in Jerry Lee Lewis days. It's like 80s or something like
Well,
that.
it's like the whole Charlie Chaplin thing.
Yeah.
They kept trying to get him on statutory rape, and they said, we
Yeah.
have one problem. They said, what is it? He keeps marrying them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's like, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where, yeah, I don't know, what are you gonna do? You just kind of. Oh, before
Oh, yeah. He's a
before
creeper.
before you do the I wanted to tell you. So they do that mystery movie thing here in town, and my wife.
Those are fun.
Yeah, so my wife.
Oh, mystery movie. Yeah.
Yeah, mystery movie. So my wife got it for like the mystery movie. so like literally like, okay, the first time we went to the mystery movie, it had trailers, and it was that weird action movie, like over the top violence, blood and gore, like people
Yeah, I know
like
what you're talking about.
yeah, and it was like at one point the guy's fighting with a cheese grater, and like he's just like putting up against people's faces and dragging it along. Yeah, and it's just kind of like, so it's just, and you're just like, there's so many cringe scenes, like, oh geez, it's like, but you're watching it, and it was fine. It was like interesting. It was kind of neat, had some laughs or whatever. So then we go into the second one, and it starts up, and it's like there hadn't been any trailers, no, not even the, hey, make sure you turn your phone off. Or
Boy
anything like
Kills
that.
World.
Just all of a
Oh,
sudden.
that was the other movie, Boy Kills World.
Yeah. And then it just starts like this movie starts. And at first I thought it was because it starts with these two women like meeting up to go to a movie, and I'm like, oh, this must be the weird like, please turn off your cell phones while you're here in the movie
Preview
theater
thing
type of
to
thing. And
silence
then
your
I'm kind of
phone.
sitting there, but no, but it's still going. It's kind of still going. It's kind of still going. And my wife Rebecca, she looks at me, she's like, is this the movie? And I was like, I don't know, I think it is. And so we're watching it. And sure enough, it's the movie. And it starts off and it's like basically like these like they kind of set the stage. Two women must be long-term friends. One is very pregnant and like and she goes into labor while they're at the movie and they have to leave and there's like and so it's like it's kind of serious but kind of funny. It's kind of like weird and you know it's tough to pinpoint. I'm sitting there I'm watching this and I'm like, okay. And then because like when the original one was like it said action mystery movie and this one just said mystery movie. And so we were like, well, is that like it's a
Mystery movie.
mystery movie or is it just a mystery movie? Like it's really like grab bag. And so I'm sitting there and I was watching this and I was like, okay, so it's like person having the thing, and then like they have this whole process where like the woman, the girl, like after the person has the baby, she's getting a subway train home and she meets
What is the
this
name of the
guy.
movie?
Just hold on. Meets this guy and there's this
Yeah.
meet cute.
Are you gonna basically tell us the whole thing or what?
No.
Yeah,
I
you know you
can't.
can't be direct, Scott.
I can't tell you
Yeah.
the whole thing because
Thank
I'm
you,
sitting there
Scott.
watching.
Please don't.
No, I'm sitting there watching it, and it's like so they have this meet cute thing, and it's just taken forever to develop. And all of a sudden, my wife pokes me in the shoulder, and she looks, and I see like four people are getting up, and they leave the movie theater, and like not like oh we all have to use the bathroom at the same time.
No,
No,
they're
they
just
have their
leaving.
sweatshirts. They're just leaving, you know.
Mhm.
Because remember, it's $5 for a seat, right? And so I'm like,
You're
so I
watching
kind of
the
laughed
C
about
movies.
it, and she's like, "Do you
Did you
want to
join
go?"
them in about 10 minutes?
And so she said, "Do you want to leave?" And I was like, "No, it's fine. I can watch any movie. I can just watch anything. Just like whatever." And
You
I,
watch
you know,
paint dry.
yeah. And I was just sitting there, and I was like, and then sure enough, like another group of like two gets up and leaves. And after like a few more minutes, like a group of like six gets up and leaves. And then it's all of a sudden there's this steady trickle of people just get up and leaving. And Rebecca finally just she's like we had watched like 25 minutes of the movie, not even 20 minutes maybe. And she said, let's just go. It's like I was like, I hadn't laughed.
Wow, it must
Wasn't
have been
really
really
interested
bad.
in the movie. I was just kind of like just sitting there watching it. But she was eventually just like, let's just go. So we just got up and we left. I like it's second time in my life I've left a movie while it was going. Because I
What
was
was the
just
first one?
the first one was God, what was it? It was I can't remember the name of it right now.
Mine
I
was
left Thelma
Magnolia.
and Louise.
Magnolia?
Yeah, I wasn't feeling good. I had to leave about halfway through.
Oh, it was
I don't feel like that
it
one
was
counts,
it,
you know.
it
Well-
was
Why'd you leave Thelma and Louise?
The person I was with was really not into it, and I'm like, okay.
I
Fair enough.
don't think I ever did one.
I mean, Thelma and Louise is a pretty good movie.
It was
Yeah, it is.
free. I worked in a movie theater, so it
Oh,
didn't
okay.
really
Didn't
Uh,
matter.
yeah, I don't
It-
think I ever did walk out of the movie.
Think,
can't remember the name of the
think,
movie, but it
think,
doesn't
man,
matter.
think.
Anyway, I'm trying to think of the name of it, but this movie, the name of this movie is Babes, Babes.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
I thought for
And-
sure it would have had a Z on there. BABEZ.
No, and
Is it about pigs?
It comes out in 2 days, and it's kind of like it's yeah. I mean, like
In a
basically-
nutshell, it's irreverent, anxious, and hilarious.
yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
I love
I
descriptions.
think I
like that.
recognize one of the actors.
It got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
that's because there's like
100%.
20 critics.
There's only two
who have-
people
who have
who've
ranked
seen
it.
it.
ranked
I
it
know.
as a
I know
movie.
this Glazer, Alana Glazer.
A lot of
I
glaze.
recognize her.
Yeah, guess what? She wrote it, and man, oh man, is the character that she plays just so like irreverent and just she's just doing her own thing, and she's so smart and capable and strong, and it was
It's
I was like,
it's a pregnancy comedy.
it is a pregnancy comedy, yes.
I did not know
And,
that was a
Oh, it's
genre.
got Sandra
Holy
Bernhard in it.
shit.
I never got
You're
to see
kidding.
Sandra
be
Bernhard.
good,
I'm running
man.
I
out
saw
to
that
see
Sandra
that.
It's
Bernhard
also
was
got
in it, and I saw that
Oliver
Platt was
Platt.
in it, but I never got to see
And
either of
Hassan
them because
Minhaj.
they only made it like 15
Hassan
or 20
Minhaj.
minutes into the
Oliver
movie.
Platt is awesome.
I do love Oliver Platt.
Do you ever
Yeah.
see a
Oliver
movie
Platt.
called American Mary?
I don't know.
It's like a
No.
dark comedy horror kind of thing. It kind of delves into the underworld of body modification. It's bizarre, but it's kind of funny too at the same time. Anyways, good movie.
I'm certain there's a lot of people that really, really like that.
It's got
Movie?
100% of 30 critics reviews on Rotten Tomatoes.
30 critic?
100%?
I'm sure I'll like it.
100%.
This is somebody afraid to
Sounds
not
like it might
check
be.
off a
Is it
box.
cerebral in any way?
You only watch
By the
20
way,
minutes. How would you know?
I watched The Quiet Earth the other night. Do you guys know that movie?
Quiet Earth.
No.
It's from like the 80s. It's like a end of the world story. It was recommended by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
It's actually pretty good. A little slow,
So,
but I liked it. Came out in 1985. Low budget, New Zealand. Pretty. It's kind of like a.
Can I ask a question
Interesting.
before we
And
dive into this? I did when I read, because I wanted to know more about the movie and about everything that was, as far as what it was and the whole 9 yards. And admittedly, I'm going to be asking this crowd or whatever, and so maybe maybe one, you don't have the answer for me, but I don't understand this, and I'm not saying this as a joke. I'm not trying to get a laugh. I just don't understand it, and I want somebody to please explain it to me. So the woman who wrote that, who's starring in that movie, that Lana Glazer or whatever, she married her longtime boyfriend David Brooklyn, this longtime boyfriend, private ceremony, and then but she's also says that she is queer, and I'm like, okay. Now, I thought that queer was like a catch-all, encompassing statement of somebody that is not cisgender or heterosexual. And then they just had a kid together. So I was like, okay, so it's a marriage of convenience or just partners or something like that. I'm again, I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
So,
Maybe I'm not supposed to get it as a dumb old white dude.
So someone who's polyamorous is queer, and they could have relationships with both men and women.
Okay. And again, I'm asking that because I don't know, because I'm stupid and I'm a dumb old white dude, and I don't understand it. And I'm not I'm not one of those people that is posting about. I'm asking you a serious question. I'm just curious. I'm not being that dingbat who really isn't curious or just anything. He's just trying to force a goddamn argument. But yeah, anyway. I don't know. Let's see here.
Are we playing this game?
Queer just means not hetero. It's a broad term. All right. Well, thanks.
Where did Evan go?
Yeah,
They
Play
played
test.
He got scared.
he had to work.
He got scared.
Okay. We ready?
Red eye?
Ready,
Yeah,
Freddy?
sure.
I have 16.
16.
Fresh.
All with
MD,
the same
KD,
initial.
MD.
MD.
Mother
Nice.
Ducker.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I like your company name, Anthony.
Thank you. All right.
What is there was the line in Scrubs where the two people are talking and the doctor's talking to the nurse and he goes, "See this badge? It says MD. You know what that means? It means I make the decisions." It's don't it's know your role and don't overstep. Okay? All right, I'll see you at home, honey. Yeah, just-
I'll try to do this the correct way so Lance doesn't
Yeah,
complain.
you gotta get the pacing right.
It's just the pacing. How can you not just you know what? Never mind.
Okay. Item number 1.
You made the statement.
Number one.
First seen as a steamer in Connecticut.
Steamer?
What was the letters?
MD.
MD.
Oh, MD. Yeah, you said that.
The little known Connecticut steamer.
The little one.
Clue number 2. Dropped out of school to join Geronimo. Clue number 3. Middle name is Paige. Clue number 4. Lone survivor of 4 brothers in World War II.
Barry.
Barry.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon is
Oh, that's a.
I was his Private Ryan, but I
so,
did.
so his first movie role, he played a character named Steamer in Mystic Pizza.
I
He
never saw
was in
that.
Mystic Pizza. That's
I never
right.
saw it. Yeah.
And he dropped out of Harvard to be in the film Geronimo.
Right. Yeah.
His middle name is Paige, which
I
is
did
his
not
mother's
know.
maiden
Garbage.
The last one's what gave it to me.
Garbage.
name. Item number 2
Number 2. Clue one.
occurs usually around 19 years.
What?
Say that again.
Occurs usually for around 19 years. Clue number 2. Often involves manipulation. Clue number 3. Referred to as a continuous process of modification. Clue number 4. Influencing factors include age, cognition, genetics, perception, neurology, and mechanics.
Lance. Muscular dystrophy?
Nice guess, though.
Good guess.
Still on that one.
Clue number 5. It usually follows a typical or predictable trajectory and is sequential.
Barry.
Barry.
Lance.
Medical degree.
Final clue. It's the term used to describe the way a child manifests. Wait a second.
Excellent
Oh.
work.
It's the term used. I hand wrote these. It's the term used to describe the way a child manifests or acquires movement patterns and skills.
Matt. Mental development?
What is it?
Mental development?
Forrest.
Forrest.
Motor development.
Motor development is correct.
Oh,
That's a
degrees
term?
pay it off, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Fine
actually
motor
is. I
skills,
should have known
gross
that from
motor
therapy.
skills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like all the
I didn't know what motor development was a thing, though. But okay.
yeah, man.
All right, here we go. Item
Here we
number
go.
3.
Number 3.
Joined the circus in 1956 to work with elephants. Clue number 2. Switched to primates in 1965. Item number 3. Suffered from Perth's disease as a child, which caused right leg to be shorter than the left.
You smiled on that one for some reason.
Clue number 4. As a result, plays unconventionally right-handed and left-footed.
Kind of baseball player.
Clue number 5 is the sole survivor. Final clue. Hey, hey, it's the drummer.
Of course.
Forrest.
Uh,
5, 4, 3, 2.
What's his name?
Aldi.
Aldi.
Mike Davis?
I
5.
Matt.
Matt.
Mickey Dolenz.
Mickey Dolenz is correct.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of his
He
name.
played
I couldn't think
Circus
of his
Boy
name
in
either.
1956, who was in charge of watering the elephants.
He wasn't the drummer though, was he?
Mickey Dolenz was the drummer.
Was he? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. It's anyone's game.
this is garbage.
Anyone's game.
Item number 4. 58 years old.
58.
That narrows it down.
I like
Yes.
that clue. I like that clue.
Clue number 2. Associated with a snowflake. Clue number 3. Lone resident of a fictional town. Clue number 4. Associated with Danny Thomas.
Fuck.
Clue number 5. Associated with killer bees. Final clue. This is the only team to go undefeated in the NFL.
Lance,
Lance.
Miami Dolphins.
The Miami Dolphins is correct.
I was like racking my brain for people.
Snowflake. Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
What's the sole resident?
Was there any
of the
actual
town?
Miami Dolphins clues in that?
They are
in
the
it?
they are
Oh,
every
Scott.
year when the team loses finally.
Pop the champagne.
I post the same picture. Welcome to Perfectsville. Population 1. All right,
Okay.
so right now it's Lance 1, Barry 1, Forrest 1, Matt 1, and Aldi. Ready
No,
to
I have nothing. Yes, 0.
Not
I'm waiting for any actual clues.
Item number
Oh,
5.
come on, Scott.
Appeared in all 3 Bridget Jones' Diary movies.
Forrest.
Forrest.
Muscular dystrophy.
Time out. Can I get the first clue back? Did I miss a clue? Am I losing my mind? What was the first clue? Was all 3 Bridget
Appeared in all 3 Bridget Jones' Diary movies.
Hey, took a stab. All you need is one character.
Muscular dystrophy?
Yeah,
Yes.
with recurring character with muscular dystrophy.
Okay. Item number
That
2.
would be a
All
trick.
right,
Never
okay,
mind.
wait a
Never mind.
minute. Just-
Never
Shut up,
mind.
Forrest.
Move on.
Clue number 2. Was once a CIA agent who may or may not have been a double agent before settling in the Chicago area. Clue number 3. Peter Cushing, Laurence Olivier, and Patrick McEnany. Clue number 4. First name is Fitzwilliam.
What?
Clue number 5. The archetype of the aloof romantic hero. Final clue. One of the 2 central characters in Pride and Prejudice. 5.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Mr. Darcy.
Mr. Darcy is
Darcy.
correct.
I was gonna guess muscular dystrophy.
The second one
Mr.
of the CIA
Mustard.
agent refers to Jefferson Darcy, unmarried with children.
Wow.
Uh, uh,
I'd like the record to show my clues are way better. Anyway.
Those are some
We
deep cuts.
We are at a 5-way tie. This is rare.
This is
literally
compelling.
anyone's game.
This is good.
I
It's good
guess-
stuff.
Snow.
Item
Make it
number
big
6.
for this one. Jeez.
Related to Flash Gordon.
Flash.
Ming the Durcilus.
Number 2. Popular from 1952 to 1975. Clue number 3. Mentioned in songs by Roger Daltrey and Toby Keith. Clue number 4. Appeared in 3 of the 5 S.E. Hinton adaptations.
Oh, S.E. Hinton. Just, I'm thinking of a color.
I thought that would give it away, but okay.
I don't even know who that is.
I have no idea who that is.
You people are so
And
uneducated.
we're so uneducated.
I was hoping you would say.
That's why you beat us every time.
Clue number 5. He wants to do it for Johnny.
Oh, fuck. Barry.
Barry.
Dylan. Matt Dillon.
Matt Dillon is correct.
What's that from?
Entourage.
What is that from?
90210, Gary.
What the fuck is
Matt-
S.E. Hinton?
S.E. Hinton wrote The Outsiders and Rumblefish.
So Matt Dillon was in 3
What's the
of
Johnny?
the 3 of the
3 of the 5 books that S.E. Hinton wrote that became movies.
What was the last clue?
Matt Dillon was in the book?
Movies.
Oh, the
Dillon,
movie.
It's an adaptation. The movie
No,
adaptation.
time out. That doesn't make any sense to me. So 3 of the S.E. Hinton books had Matt Dillon referenced in
No,
them?
listen, knucklehead. 3 of the 5 S.E. Hinton adaptations. Of all of S.E. Hinton's books, 5 of them were turned into movies. Matt Dillon appears in 3 of those.
What was the final? Give me a clue.
Actor known for his roles in The Outsiders, My Bodyguard, and There's Something About Mary.
Well, see, I would have gotten to that, but I mean,
Well,
up
it's a
to
gimme.
that,
I don't think I
what's the
would've
do
gotten
it for Johnny?
Let's do it for Johnny. It's the line in before the Rumble in The Outsiders.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that old flick.
You know what?
Common phrase.
oh yeah.
I thought that response. Oh,
Apparently Barry knew it.
1983. I was 10 years
Abstract shit with me, Scott. You know, just
Okay,
connect
here
the
we go.
dots. Yeah.
Still anyone's game.
I'd like to apologize for letting Anthony win last week.
Son of a bitch.
Here we go. Clue number 1. Originated in the Twin Cities. Clue number 2. The M was dropped in 2006. Clue number 3. Associated with Ian Ziering, James Belushi, Jim Curry, Clancy Brown, Dennis Franz, and Brad Garrett. Has an association with drunk driving. Debuted in 1992 and made comebacks in 94 and 96. Final clue. The original name of this NHL team was inspired by a Disney movie.
Matt.
Nat.
Mighty Ducks.
Mighty Ducks is
oh
correct.
yeah.
You're not saying clue number 4, clue number 5. Getting the cadence.
You know
all
what,
wrong.
Lance?
I don't know where you're at. I'm all over the place.
Item number 8.
Number 8. Clue 1.
Number 1. Un
It's not-
cludo
you-
de numero 1.
Being a dink about it doesn't help anybody.
Associated with Waterloo. Item number 2.
Clue 2, Anthony.
Oh, this is clue
Clue
number 2.
two.
You're not even getting it right, and you try
Clue
to
number
be
2.
all.
Officially changed its name in 1967. Clue number 3. associated with Canadian physician John McCrae?
Matt,
Matt.
what is muscular dystrophy?
Hey.
I'm on Jeopardy
what is
now.
it?
I like your Jeopardy
It's a
reference.
Jeopardy question.
Clue number 4. Title of 2012 film starring James Cromwell.
He's in
Clue
like
number
a
5. Usually associated with opening day for beaches and amusement parks.
Barry?
Barry?
Memorial Day?
Memorial Day is correct. Memorial
What's
Day
that
was
to do with
first.
Waterloo?
Waterloo, New York is where it was first recognized as the place of they first celebrated Memorial
If
Day.
you said if you said Waterloo, New York, I still would never have gotten it.
I know. That's a good thing he added that.
The
I know
last
the
one-
Memorial, the
That
Waterloo.
extra,
I mean,
that extra,
yeah.
extra deep dive.
The last one's what gave it to
Super
me,
deep.
Scott. The beaches and shit.
I'm waiting for the.
yeah.
When I think of a color, I think of this answer. Just like,
What was the gimme
Oh,
clue?
The beaches and red
This
and
U.S.
parks.
federal holiday commemorates the men and women who have given their lives in service to their country.
Oh shit! I gotta slow down. I do not want to win this.
we just
Here we
can't
go.
stop right now. Make Barry win.
It says item
I want
number
Scott
9.
to win.
I wouldn't have the time. I'm out next week. BGG-Con.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, here we go. Originated in 1936 and reborn in 2002. Clue number 2. In 1936, it was $20 million. In 2002, it was $40 billion. Clue number 3. In 1936, it was poetry. In 2002, it was greeting cards.
Lance.
Lance.
Mother's Day.
That was a good guess, though.
Stealing that one.
Both involve babes, which I was laughing when you said the name of that movie because that was one of my clues.
Wait, what number is that?
Clue number 4.
You didn't say that before.
Both?
So it's tough to know.
Both involve babes. Clue number 5. First name is Longfellow. Final clue. Title character played by both Gary Cooper and Adam Sandler.
Matt,
Matt.
Mr. Dietz.
Mr. Deeds. Correct.
Wrong.
Forrest.
What'd you say? Or
I
was it
heard
right?
Mr. Dietz.
I thought I heard Mr. Dietz.
I was
as
chewing.
well.
I heard a T.
Whatever. Give it to you, man. I'm kidding.
I'm giving it to Matt.
Whoa. Okay, I didn't realize Scott was running the
Oh,
game.
we're playing fast and loose with the rules.
Do you want to take it first? I mean, whatever. You
Yeah,
have to-
I'm just
it's your
saying,
prerogative to
I
take it.
heard
I didn't
Dietz.
know it.
I knew Mr. Dietz. It's a funny movie. No, I'll give it to Matt.
All right, here we go.
Friendly game.
Real friendly.
7, 8, 9. All right.
I think if it was Lance, he'd probably not give it.
Item number 1. 1956 Ray Bradbury screenplay. Clue number 2. Has origins in the Knickerbocker in 1839. Clue number 3. Identified as 813.3. Clue number 4. The British version has no epilogue. Clue number 5. The title character is sometimes acknowledged as the hero of the story.
Lance.
Lance.
Moby Dick.
Moby Dick is correct.
Oh.
Final clue
Woo!
begins with "Call me Ishmael."
Glad we would've got that.
Yeah.
So no one knows if Ishmael survives in the British version because there's no epilogue.
Right.
Still anyone's
Quag's
game.
Because I would have read both versions. Yeah. Jeez.
There are 6
But-
left. Still anyone's game.
Anyone's game except Barry because he's backing off.
Clue number
Did you
1.
know that one?
I would have got it on the last one.
Me too.
Clue number 1. Born to an affluent family in Alton, Illinois. Clue number 2. Associated with Nefertiti, Pangea, Agartha, and the Dark Magnus. Clue number 3. Was often muted. Clue number 4. Popular for the birth of cool.
Lance.
Lance.
Miles Davis.
Miles Davis is correct. The other 2 clues were appeared in the 1988 Bill Murray classic Scrooged. Giveaway was 9-time Grammy Award-winning jazz trumpet player.
Two things about Miles Davis. I saw him in concert in Switzerland, like basically a year before he died. And his famous answer was, "How would you like to die?" And he said, "With my hands wrapped around a white man's neck."
So that's kind of weird because you know how he actually died?
Oh.
He had gone
With the
to
white man with his
Wait,
hands.
this is actually an interesting story. He went to the doctor, and the doctor wanted to put a trach tube in him because his lungs had fluid in them, and he got so upset at the idea that he started screaming and yelling and had an aneurysm.
Oh, wow. That sucks.
That's all I want to go.
The next
Yeah.
one I can tell you right now has a very Lance-like clue in it. Ready? Here we go.
Where we lose Matt?
Oh, we lose Matt.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Clue number 1. It's international.
Forrest.
Forrest.
Mother's Day.
Eh.
Oh, I was gonna guess that. Thank you for taking it off my plate. Thank you. Thank you.
Clue number 2. It has different names in different countries. Clue number 3. What it represents actually doesn't occur for another 75 days. Clue number 4. Only pertains to the northern hemisphere. Clue number 5. It's only one word when referring to distress.
Aldi.
Barry.
Baldy.
Mayday.
Mayday.
Yeah.
Final clue. Why, that's the Russian New Year. We can have a parade and serve hot hors d'oeuvres.
What? I
The
wouldn't.
final clue would have done nothing.
What
for
would
me.
that- what is that
Nada.
One of the
Zip.
best lines from Airplane. Mayday. Mayday. What the hell is that? Mayday? Well, that's the Russian New Year.
Good Lord.
That's a deep cut.
That is
I
an
don't-
extremely deep
I mean, no
cut
one-
for
no
the
one-
giveaway.
That
clue.
wasn't
Yeah.
that deep
I could
cut.
quote so much
I-
from that
I don't know
movie, and
that
I don't
quote.
even remember that line.
Yeah, I've seen that movie like 20 times, and I don't remember that line to save my life.
Ah, you guys are horrible.
I wish that would have made it to the final.
Yeah,
clue.
final clue. And we all just stare at each other. And then we just say, can we all agree that Anthony isn't allowed to make the clues anymore?
Well, then
And then-
buy the new editions, and I won't have to. All right, here we go. Still anybody's game.
Anybody?
We have four left. Clue number one: its sources are unclear. Clue number two: can involve sleeping, eating, and sex.
Say Mother's Day. Say Mother's Day.
Clue number three: often perceived but not confirmed. Clue number four: often the D is replaced with illness, disease, or condition. Clue number five: can be treated with medication or therapy or a combination of both.
Forrest,
Forrest.
muscular dystrophy.
Damn it.
You should have said Mother's Day.
Final clue: it's the overarching term for a behavioral or psychiatric pattern.
Barry.
Barry.
Mental disease.
I'll start again. It is the
Okay.
overarching term for a behavioral or psychiatric pattern that causes significant distress or impairment of personal functioning.
Matt,
Oh yeah.
Lance.
manic depression.
Son of a bitch.
Matt took
But,
mine.
I think my second word was wrong.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Lance.
Lance, you already said
Medical
you already buzzed
disease.
in.
No.
Lance, you have an answer?
I said medical disease.
Forrest, I know it. Damn it. I went to
Forrest, you
I
already
was a summer
said.
camp counselor
God, it's
for
all
it.
yours if you want it.
You already guessed wrong.
Yeah, I already guessed wrong.
Scott, it's all yours if you
Oh,
want
I don't know it. Yeah, no clue.
I know it.
Barry, you were correct. You had the second word wrong.
Muscular dystrophy.
Nah, mental disorder.
Disorder.
Oh,
I
never
said
mind.
disease.
I would have
What?
been loved to have been wrong twice.
So with that, I actually have a chance to win.
Please. That would be great.
Okay, nobody ring in.
All right,
No, I don't want him to make the clues next week.
All right, you know what? Fuck all you.
We love you, man. We love
All
you.
right, here you go. Clue number
Do we?
one: subject of a song composed by John Williams.
John Williams.
Clue number two: associated with the Massachusetts Miracle. Clue number three: made history in 1988.
Oh yeah.
Lance.
Lance,
Michael Dukakis.
Michael Dukakis is correct.
Oh God.
Jesus
I had that
Christ.
I had that one in my
I was
pocket, and then I was
10.
like, wait a minute,
That's
Massachusetts. Where
He,
you from?
he is the first presidential candidate whose parents are both immigrants. But served in the military, and John Kerry served under him. Lost 426 to 111, and the 1988 Democratic Party candidate for president and first cousin of actress Olympia. Here we go.
That name in a
And
Here
he
we
while.
go.
wore that helmet in the tank.
Is Lance in the lead now?
Lance is in the lead. Lance has 4, Barry has 3, Matt has 3, Albie has 2, Forrest, you have 1.
How many we have
Anthony
left?
has
I
one.
got one, baby.
2 to go.
2 to go.
Yes.
I need to
Can
get
take-
one of these to win.
Clue number 1: can take months to complete.
Or say Mother's Day.
Clue number 2 involves division. Clue number 3, integral part of the War of the Roses.
Matt,
Matt?
marital divorce.
Ah,
That's a good guess.
That's a good guess.
Holy cow,
Got it.
that's.
Mm.
I was like, what? And then I was like, oh, the movie.
Number 4, despite taking precautions, it can still occur.
Barry,
Barry?
military disaster.
Ah.
Mm.
Clue number 5, sometimes plays out on social media and the news. Final clue, the dissolvement of a marriage that does not go smoothly.
Oh.
5, 4.
Lance. Messy divorce?
Messy divorce.
Uh,
And with that, Lance is our winner.
Yay.
Good one, Lance.
Just messy.
All right, later we do the last
Good game,
one.
Lance.
Thanks, Aldi.
I believed in you.
Next week, the first clue will be the giveaway clue.
It's international. All right, here we go.
It's not Minnie Mouse. It's.
You know what? I'm just not going to come on anymore.
oh, you changed the always late. Yeah,
All right, here we go.
They're great. Man. They're great.
But this is number 16, the final one. Clue number 1 became necessary during the Depression. Clue number 2, associated with lemons. Clue number 3, when hyphenated, it's an adjective. Clue number 4, up until the 1940s, the second word was sometimes spelled differently. Clue number 5, you get what you get and you don't get upset. Lance is laughing so hard he's muted too. Final clue. 2-word verb for managing with what you have instead of a better situation.
Barry,
Barry,
make do.
make do is correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is.
Well, that was initials.
All
right. Thanks,
That was
Anthony.
fine.
I appreciate that. I appreciate
no,
the work
it's
you put into that, Anthony.
Yeah. Good game, Andy.
Hey, it may say what you want, but it was pretty damn close.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, it was.
Where's my metal detector? Where's my Mountain Dew?
There's the
Where-
guy who
Douglas.
won. You
There are
won.
900 things that start with M and D.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go home. See you later, guys.
See you, Matthew.
Hey, man.
Good
Bye,
to see you,
Matt.
Matthew.
Yes, there was no muscular dystrophy on there.
No Mother's Day.
No
Was there-
Mother's
no
Day.
Mother's Day. What about manic
Got
depression?
May Day.
Was that
No
on
Mother's
there?
Day.
What?
Manic depression.
Manic depression was not on there. There's a lot of things that can start with M and D. I only get to do 16.
Well, you could do more.
Like, I can hear you guys complain more about my clues.
Oh, Scott's gonna complain about everybody's clues. That's Scott.
Oh, those were
Michael
hard.
Douglas.
They were super
no
hard.
Michael Douglas. No Mike Ditka.
Some of them
I was
were,
sitting
yes.
there waiting for a Mike Ditka.
So again,
No
we-
Mini Driver.
we did MD once before. Actually, I did MD before, and it
Oh,
included
wow.
Michael Douglas, Mini Driver,
And you're the only one who
The low
remembers
hanging
this.
fruit was
eh?
already picked.
Jeez.
The low hanging fruit was already picked.
So we
Although
just
I
got to
did
play
not
You would
better,
think
never
huh?
that
remember that
muscular
stuff.
dystrophy was going to be called
Me and
out
you,
so
Scott.
many
Nah.
times. And you'll never walk alone. I should have did that because isn't that Memorial Day weekend that they used to have the telethon?
What now? What'd you say? Oh, yeah.
Telethon. Was it Labor Day weekend or Memorial Day weekend? It was one of the two.
I can't remember.
I don't
think
know.
it was Labor Day.
I think it was Labor Day.
I think it was Labor Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Labor Day.
You made them all a bunch of money.
I used to watch it all the time. I was always sad when it went off the air.
Right?
I don't know why. There was something I attached to. I had some attachment to it.
Because he would sing "You Never Walk Alone" at the end.
I don't know if it was that. I just liked it.
You remember the one when Frank Sinatra got him and Dean Martin back together?
Oh.
No, I don't remember that. But I mean, I think I was probably a little too young to remember to know them.
Yeah.
But I just loved watching it for some reason.
Yeah, it was like the first couple of hours when it started on Friday night were good, and then the last few hours were good,
Everything in
and
between.
then in between was all the really weird like things.
Slog. My grandmother would watch it. That's the only reason I remember.
I just had this weird nostalgia and sadness when it was over. Isn't that weird? So weird.
I remember like as a kid like being like, oh, the telethon's this week.
Yeah, I mean, it was something exciting because it was like there was nothing on TV. I think it was the only time like when sports got preempted too, right? Like there was no sports.
Yeah, it was like nothing.
So that because my dad was you just watch sports all weekend, so I'd be like, oh, it's something else to watch instead of sports.
Yeah. Back before they had extended
might be for
seasons and shit.
Yeah. Anyway, it brings back a bit of memories.
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 Like the corners of a mind.
Mhm.
Misty water.
So,
Hey,
for
where's my
everyone who's
Kickstarter page
watching,
review?
I hope
Forrest?
you enjoyed the very last initials game that I will be.
I was thinking,
You are like a
Final
scalding
Or
dog.
participating in.
Oh.
You're just a scalding
We
dog.
heard
You're just
your
like,
feelings,
"Meh,
Andy."
I'm just gonna take my football and go home if you guys don't treat me better.
it's hard to do with them, I'm sure. Something that's completely in your wheelhouse is just
Maybe if you didn't
You can't
suck so
gauge
hard,
that,
you'd
right?
know.
Yeah, Scott.
What?
Maybe if you didn't suck so hard, you'd know. You know how hard it is to make.
Oh, I
that
get
face.
it.
Yeah, believe me,
Ah.
I hope to never know.
I tried to make it informative as well as entertaining.
I enjoyed it.
Hmm. That famous line from Airplane.
That one was a deep cut.
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
That was more like a
movie
clue
so
four
good.
kind of
I mean, some people might say, it's like, I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Would be like the most memorable line from
I didn't
Airplane.
think it
that
was
might
the
be a
most
little more
memorable
memorable.
line.
Uh,
But if you ever yell Mayday around, someone says, "What the hell is Mayday?" Someone
Yeah.
I mean, it would be the thing I don't know, like I don't know what I would
Mayday.
say.
What the hell
What's
is
the
that?
gimme?
Yeah. Speaking of airplanes, they're coming out with a new police squad, I heard. Guess who's taking over Neil Neeson's character?
Who?
Oh shit, I forgot his name already. The guy from Taken and all that.
Liam
Neeson?
Neeson is going to be.
He's taking his own spot.
Leslie, yeah, he's gonna be
Leslie
Leslie.
Nielsen?
I mixed them up.
I did
Leslie
hear that.
Liam
I knew who you meant.
Neeson, known for his comedic
Liam
work.
Neeson's
I think he's a
replacing
really
Leslie
solid
Nielsen.
in comedy. I
Nielsen.
like what I've seen him in comedy. I think he's good.
Yeah, we'll see. But
I think
Did
Facebook
they-
has ruined itself. Do you guys get like endless amounts of junk just like in your feed is no longer your friends? It's all these like suggested for you,
Yeah.
suggested for you, and
Yeah,
it's
there is-
endless,
there
and
has
it's
been
just
an
no end
influx.
to it, and they're all like completely ludicrous and I'm like, why do I even bother with this thing anymore? Because I'm addicted. The addiction is there. Like I have to just go look at it. I'll delete it.
Everything. It's the AI hasn't figured
It
out the
sucks.
system
It
yet.
really sucks.
This sucks.
Shucks.
I got something I'm pretty excited about.
What's that?
So there was the new iPad Pro that just released today. Like literally today it came out.
Today.
And my boss has been talking to me, and he's talked to me for like a couple months now. He's like, all right, yeah, what do you want? We can upgrade your camera. I'm like, I do the iPad. And I've said it over and over again. And he's like, ah, you sure you don't want to switch to like a camera? I'm like, no, I like the iPad. It's comfortable. And with the new iPad Pro, like, dude, there's some crazy awesome features where you can like record on 3 separate like iPhones or iPads, and then it'll all sync to the new iPad Pro, and you'll be able to like do it all in like Final Cut, like lots of cool board game stuff, potential for videos. And he just reached out to me yesterday actually. He's like, all right, like what do you want before you come on this trip? Like, do you want to upgrade your camera? I was like, yeah, like the new iPad. And he's yeah, so I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm hyped, super hyped, because it's like it's a powerhouse, and there's gonna be some amazing software coming down the pipeline pretty quick that is gonna like I'm excited. Plus, like they have like their big convention, the conference, like next month they call it Wawa, but they're gonna announce like all this AI stuff that's gonna be like built into the back end of this thing that you're gonna be able to unlock, and I'm giddy. I am
Wawa?
giddy.
Wow.
That's what they call it. The
Like
Apple.
the convenience store over here.
I don't know. And the reason why I haven't done
Worldwide
anything
Developers
is
Conference?
yes, last week it got postponed because maybe that's it. I don't know.
Well, it's called WWDC. but
Yeah,
okay,
Wawa.
whatever.
That would make sense. Well, yeah, my wife has the heart monitor on, and so
WWDC
yeah, that took
Walmart, two
Doesn't
precedence.
make
different
sense.
acronyms.
This week, however, my mother-in-law has a garage sale, and I've had to deal with getting my Chinese visa like in the back of my passport. So I spent a whole day like printing everything out and trying to make sure I had everything right, because it's like a 9-page document, and the Chinese consulate fucking website is garbage. It's terrible. Like you go to it, you're like, God, it looks like a 1994 GeoCities website. Like it's just, and so I was on hold, like, and I posted this, so like I was like, yeah, no Kickstarter critique day because I'm on hold. I was on hold for 45 minutes, and then I thought I hung up, but now I'm not sure. Maybe they didn't hang up on me. And then I was on hold again for 2 hours, and then I was on hold for 20 minutes, and I just said, forget it, I'm done. And yeah, and it just didn't pick up. So I was like, I guess I'll just go to Chicago, because I think I'm supposed to go to Chicago and drop this off. The website is not as clear as it nearly should be. And so I drove to Chicago. I went to this like weird thing, and then I was super annoyed when I got there because there was like 10 people working there. And I'm like, really? I sat on hold for like a grand total of 3 freaking hours, and there's like 10 people working here. Like, come on, come on. So like nobody's manning the phones.
What
Like,
was
so
this?
this is the Chinese consulate. So I have to get
Oh.
to get into China. I got to get the passport stamp, the visa stamp, and there's only like 5 or 6 of them, I guess, in the United States of America. So I drove to Chicago. I turned it in. I had all my paperwork. I was super excited. I was like, all right, I got this done. And then she's like, as I was leaving, she's like, all right, you come back on Friday and pick it up. I was like, what? Like, excuse me? And I was like, yeah, you come back on Friday and pick up a passport. I was like, okay. And I walked out. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why the fuck can't we mail these things? Like, what? Like, they literally, it's so, and I like, so I'm driving back down to Chicago on
How long is
Friday.
that drive?
It's only 3 hours, but it's still,
It's
I'm a
long-
stay-at-home
3
dad.
hours each
It's a
way.
6 hour a day, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a stay-at-home
Minimum.
dad too. So it's like I don't want to take my daughter. Like, she don't want to be in the car for 6 hours. So
Wow.
it was annoying. But yeah, hopefully go down on Friday and have everything taken care of, and hopefully within like a couple weeks be in Asia. So that's exciting. But yeah,
Asia.
new iPad
That's
Pro,
cool.
super excited. Like I'm
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
yeah.
What that
I look at
Well,
Well,
or
here's
Asia.
the thing. Hopefully, if everything goes right, I'll be able to go into China for the next 10 years. So, and
Yeah.
it's worth it, because at the end of the day, I've gotten to go to Essen, I've gone to the Bahamas, I've gone to Canada and Mexico numerous times, and that's all I've traveled. So I am just over the moon to just be like, all right, I'm going to Asia. And I'm not only going to Asia,
Are
It's
you
like,
going by yourself?
no, I'm going to.
I mean, like,
well, yeah, it's me,
is your
but I'm.
family going, or no, you're just going?
No, it's a work trip. Like I'm
It's just you.
going to Malaysia to teach about
You're on
board
your,
games and
you're on
stuff.
your own. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a work trip. Like
Right,
they're
but you're
paying
not
for it.
traveling with
No,
anybody.
no.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
When is that happening?
As soon as possible. Like my visa got held up for a while because I'm an idiot. And so yeah, they were hoping it'd be at the beginning of this month. So
What'd you do
hopefully,
wrong?
I I so I long ago thought I lost my visa, my passport, and so I claimed it as like lost, or so I got a new one, right? And then when I was trying to get a new passport, they're like, "Oh, you already have an act." I don't know. I'm an idiot. I forgot that I went to Germany and that I actually still have another passport that's
Oh, so you think
lost.
you lost it again?
No, it was reported as stolen on the paperwork. So I believe it was lost or stolen in a move. That's what happened. I say. But yeah, so it's just me being an idiot. Because if I would have just been like, oh yeah, if I would have filled out a different form instead of the one I did, it would have been all done. But instead it was stupid and a hassle, and it's all my fault. So yeah, it happens. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm just excited to go to Malaysia and China and
Take some pictures.
life experiences. You know, I went to Germany and it's like it opened my eyes so much. It made me so much more open to a lot of stuff. You know, just like, oh yeah, it's a whole different world out there. Because I've seen it, but it's just, you know, it's fun. It's fun dipping yourself into that pool and just seeing how everything is.
Have fun.
Plus, the big thing I'm really excited about is now I have a feeling that I want to take my family back to Malaysia for vacation.
And leave them there.
No, it's so cheap. I've looked into like I started to look
Yeah,
into it.
it
It's like
is.
Jiminy Christmas, and then I looked into some other places and was like, oh, and it's like if I because I think I'm gonna spend like 10-ish days in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur specifically, and it's like I'll know by that 10 days, like, all right, this is definitely the kind of place we can go, you know, on a family vacation. Cause like staying in like a really nice yeah, it's great. It's great. Hopefully. Might even do a boom from there, hopefully. I don't know if the timing will work out.
Probably
I bet
not.
the-
They're like 13 hours ahead. 16. I'm trying to remember. Rich was in Korea. I think
Eh,
it's 16.
I don't sleep as
what
much
do
as
you
I
know?
should. I don't sleep as much as I should, so it might just work out.
I did it from
It's
India.
12:40 right now.
Oh yeah.
It's like 12 hours, 10, 11 hours.
Yeah, so I take a lunch
11?
break, come
Okay,
join the
yeah.
boom. There you go. Bada boom. That should be I can eat lunch. I can eat lunch while I'm doing there. Perfect.
Eat lunch. Ah,
Join the podcast.
13
you know,
hours.
it does
13
cost a
hours
little
ahead.
bit of money to get
13,
those plane
yeah.
rides. Just
Yeah, that's the big thing. But after that, like the amount you're saving on the hotel and the entertainment and the food, like, oh my God, the food prices. It's absurd, especially if you like street food, which I do. Like it's just ridiculous. It's like $1, $2, $3, and you're like, you're full. Like I was like,
Like
I
a
watched
value meal.
somebody. Yeah, like I watched so many of these videos of street vendors, the YouTube shorts. Like, here's what I got for $2 in Kuala Lumpur. It's like from 3 months ago, and I'm like, oh hell yeah,
Hey,
like
Forrest,
yeah,
don't wear your Bowers Game Corner shirts in Malaysia.
yellow. I wasn't planning on it, but okay. Is this the yellow thing? Because the
Yeah.
yellow thing's not real. Like I've had like everybody in the chat's like, oh yeah, the yellow thing's don't worry about it. Like it's fine. And I was like,
yellow
I don't.
thing?
You're not supposed to wear yellow because it's something or other, like a
It's
political.
it's a symbol of protest.
Yeah. They were like, no, nobody cares. It was like, okay. I don't plan on wearing yellow, but good to know nobody cares. Because yeah, that was one thing when I was reading about it. I was like, oh, is this something I should be curious about? They're like, oh.
The yellow thing.
I knew exactly what he was talking about though. Like if you Google
Yeah.
things to know before you go to Kuala Lumpur, there's some of them like, don't wear yellow. It's a political like blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
I was
different
concerned
cultures,
about it.
different-
Well, now you don't have to be.
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm still gonna wear yellow, but listen, I might wear my LeBron James jersey.
So
though.
wait a minute. So in Malaysia,
I don't know. I think Whitey would stick out as, they're not around here, from around here, Thailand.
So in Malaysia, that's where your
Or Malaysia,
like,
sorry.
where your phone employees are, right?
Phone employees.
Or what, like the people that try to like email people and try to get them to.
Oh yeah, yeah. My employee. Yeah, my coworkers, not my employees, but my coworkers.
Your team.
Most of the ones that I talk directly with, yeah, because then there's also the people that are like work on the factory floor and they talk directly to Hirsch, and some of them I communicate.
Well, but the factory is in China.
Yeah, Yiwu, China.
So why doesn't he employ? Why are never mind. Doesn't matter. Just
I
like,
don't know.
so he has people that email in Malaysia. His manufacturers are in China.
I think partially because in Malaysia, English is like really, really prevalent. They speak really, like, a lot of my coworkers, like, yeah, for the most part, if they really want,
speak better than you.
I wouldn't say speak better, but they speak
Good enough.
they speak really well, and they're much more polite. Like the politeness is through, like, it's to the point where I'm like, ugh, don't talk to me like that. Like, come on. Don't tell me how fantastic this game design is. Like, well, like, whatever. You don't know the game design. Like, shut up. Like, I can tell from this component list, it's going to be a spectacular game. Your vision. It's like, come on. Just get to the box size. Let's talk box size. I don't talk, like, but no, it's I that would be my guess, but I don't know.
So I have a question. So you don't need a visa for Malaysia also?
No, at least I hope not.
I would check into this.
I would double check.
I got enough tabs open. I assume I'll be good.
Ah!
Why would you assume you'd be good?
I got stuff to do, and I'm assuming that my boss isn't gonna, like, if he's jumping through all these hoops to get me one in China. Like, I'm under the assumption that, yeah, I'll be fine in Malaysia. They're not just gonna turn me away at the door. If they do turn me away at the door, that's cool.
No,
I'm going to Thailand.
Oh, wait.
Like,
Forrest,
I go to
Forrest.
China. I don't know.
Forrest. So here's the thing. There are two different kinds of visas. So if you travel to Malaysia, when you get there, they will instantly on the spot, you fill out the paperwork, will give you a 90-day visa in Malaysia. But that's for tourism.
Yeah, I'm fine.
If you are working there, you will need a working visa.
I don't think I'm. I don't want to talk about this, and I don't think I'm not concerned. I'll put it like that. I will hard stop this. I don't want to talk about it, but I have zero concern. Moving
No
on.
problem.
Well, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Oh, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. Even if it's terrible, it's gonna be amazing. Like, as long as I don't die, like, I'm good. You know, I'm just so excited to see more of the world. Just like completely different culture. And Malaysia and China are going to be two completely different cultures, because Malaysia is like a big melting pot of like a bunch of other places. Like, I'm so hyped. I'm going to see everything and eat everything I can do.
8 years ago, I was finishing up my trip to Japan. I was heading home right now. So
Was it amazing?
Japan was cool. I mean, I got homesick, but just being in Japan was pretty neat.
How long?
Me and Michael were there for like a week.
Nice.
That's Tokyo Games Market.
Tokyo Game Market, and we met up with who's his face, the designer of Yokohama. Played a bunch of his stuff.
Got a cheat sheet over here.
Yeah, it was a good time. Got to see, we got and like Tokyo Game Market was just, I mean, I'm sure it's way different now. But like when I went to go see it, it was just so weird. It was just like the people that made 100 copies of their game in their garage, and then came there to sell them, and hopefully like make a little money because it was like just a hobby kind of thing.
I can't believe you forgot Hisashi Hayashi's name.
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
HS.
HH. He's gonna be on my next initials.
Oh, H.
H.
That'd be such a terrible clue. That'd be so bad.
We know what to look forward to in 2 weeks.
Babe Yokohama, and his name starts with Hisashi.
Lance can't remember his name.
By that point, neither will I.
Oh, I had a grievance. I forgot to share.
Besides my initials.
Besides your
Oh,
initials.
I have an update on the termites.
Oh, yeah.
Termites.
We've torn up the floor.
Yeah.
There's a good 8 to 10 inches below the floor that are, it's just a void.
That's what I
Yeah.
told
There
you.
is,
Yeah.
but it is a slab down there. Underneath
Concrete,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They find cracks or
Not yet. Gotta still do some probing.
Oh,
How
yeah?
big is
Oh,
But we've only opened up we didn't, instead of tearing up the entirety of the floor, we opened up a panel of the floor. I'm gonna let the termite guy go in there with whatever he's got.
camera?
I've
probably,
not
yeah.
stuck my head in there. I'm not, I mean, I guess I could stick my camera in there and look around, but it's,
Yeah, that's probably what he's doing. It with snake
Yeah.
camera or something.
I'm not gonna do it myself. I mean, I guess
So how big is it's like 3x3 or something?
Yeah,
You
it's
said
like
an
a-
elevator, right?
yeah, it's like an elevator size. But we've stripped up the floor and then cut a hole in the subfloor, like a square.
Yeah.
So there could be a trap door if we ever have to get back in there when we put the floor back in. And then we
Oh,
trenched the whole
absolutely
place.
awful.
We trenched the whole house perimeter today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, termites are no joke. Pain in the ass.
So, I mean, does like
I'm also
insurance pay
annoyed.
for that or anything?
Well, we have insurance with this termite company. We'll be exploring those routes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you were mentioning that. Yeah. You were
But
paying for a service
they're
or
throwing up a lot of brick walls, right?
something.
And I'm like, you tell us what you need to do for us to get the insurance claim going. Like, if there's a rule that you can't do something, tell us what to do instead. And like, we want them to tell us how to make the claim viable. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we'll see.
Yeah, insurance companies are fucking.
Believe me, I'm not happy about it.
Oh,
Anyway,
sure.
what was your grievance there?
So Lance, who screwed up your food order this time?
Yeah.
Which McDonald's drive-through?
So you went there 30
What,
times before.
what Dairy Queen? What Dairy Queen McDonald's drive-through problem this week? Wendy's.
Oh, the
back in the
person
box?
taking minimum wage messed my order up.
Yeah. Barely read English. Go on, Lance.
Are you done?
For now.
Yeah, never mind. No, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you're just Bigfoot Handy with the football.
A lot of big feelings
I just
tonight.
know because you're just gonna. I'm not gonna drive out and let you like, it was annoying to me, and I was annoyed with the people that I had to deal with, and yeah, and they sucked. And
You want to walk away and tell your story?
what?
I'll walk away so you can tell your story.
No, you don't have to walk away.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk away.
I
Yeah,
think you should reenact it,
I'll-
Anthony.
I'll be back when it's over. I'll be like
Mhm.
about 40 minutes or so.
Mom and Dad are fighting at the dinner table.
Again? Mm. So you
So
looking forward to the
Did you guys see the
Scott?
Golden Geek Awards
Oh
winners?
yeah, I meant to bring that. No,
No, I didn't.
You want to go through it real quick?
sure.
I mean, be
Who
cooler.
got him?
I make up the list because I don't want to do it from my memory.
Yeah, please don't.
Terrible.
I know the feeling, Scott, very well.
Okay. 2-player. Any ideas? Probably don't know.
One
Undaunted.
of those undaunted games.
Tie scheme. Sky Team.
Sky
One.
Team,
Oh
I
yeah,
forgot about
yeah,
that one.
yeah.
Runner-up, Star Wars deck building game, and Undaunted Battle of Britain.
Mm.
Artwork, best artwork presentation was Castles of Burgundy Special Edition. Runner-up
Okay.
Earth, runner-up Voidfall. Cooperative game, Sky Team. Runner-up Earthborn Rangers, runner-up Sleeping Gods Distant Skies. Which I still need to play. I have not played that one yet.
No.
Expansion, winner, Ark Nova, Marine Worlds. Runner-up, Lost Ruins of Arnak, the missing expedition. Cascadia Landmarks, also runner-up.
It's no surprise.
Innovative, Hegemony, lead your class to victory. Have you guys played this?
No,
No,
I've
it's
heard
one I'm
Hegemony is
interested
amazing.
in.
Sky
Yeah.
Team is a runner-up, and Earthborn Rangers another runner-up for innovative. The light game of the year is Thunder Road Vendetta.
I
Good.
mean, I don't see that as really being all that
Have you played
light. Yeah.
Thunder Road Vendetta? It's like ranked 1 point. It's what? It's on the high end of light. It's on the high end of light.
Yeah, I was thinking. I haven't
Kanar
played it.
and Far Away are the runners up. I like both those games.
Kanar is very good.
And so is Far Away.
I haven't played that.
I think Far Away has not gotten distribution yet, so I think that's probably why I didn't win.
Hmm.
Medium game of the year, Earth.
Earth.
Runner up, the
go
Castles of
medium.
Burgundy.
Castles of
Special
Burgundy.
edition. And White Castle. The White Castle. I've not played that one. I need to play that.
Neither have I. Yeah.
I played at BGG-Con. Heavy game of the year, Hegemony, lead your class to victory.
Yeah.
Runner up, Dune Imperium Uprising, and runner up, Darwin's Journey.
Is Imperial really that complex or heavy?
People are saying it's right on the lower light. It's on the lighter side of heavy. If that makes sense.
Okay.
On the lower
Yeah.
end of the heavy range. Yeah.
I haven't played it, so yeah. I didn't
That's
think
probably
the
what
first one was.
hurt it, right? Because I mean, like it's neither heavy nor medium. I don't know. Like, what is the? Not sure.
It's helium.
Medium,
Yeah, I mean,
not schmedium,
there's always
medium.
problems with this award because I have to I try to define things and it's just people do what they want to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Party game, that's not a hat.
It was a good game.
Runner up, Deceit, Disney Edition, and Nikojima.
Nikojima.
Print and play, Waypoints. Runner up, Fliptown and Naturopolis. Solo game, The Legacy of You. Runner up, Earthborn Rangers and Earth. Thematic game, Hegemony, lead your class to victory. It's interesting. I didn't realize Hegemony was so popular. Runner up, Sky Team. Runner up, Dune Imperium. Uprising.
That's solo.
That was thematic.
Oh,
Thematic.
okay.
Solo was Legacy of You.
Legacy.
Thematic is Hegemony. War game, Undaunted Battle of Britain. Runner up, Halls of Hegra and the British Way, counterinsurgency at the end of the Empire. Best podcast winner is the One Stop Co-op Shop.
Okay.
Beyond Solitaire runner up and Talk Cardboard runner up.
Talking
Board game app, Unmatched Digital Edition. Runner up, Twilight Struggle, Red Sea, and Fleet the Dice Game. There you go.
I know Fleet the Dice game in an app. I read good things about that one.
Yeah, I remember liking it. I've not played the dice game though. Yeah, so a lot of Sky Team, a lot of Hegemony.
So
Earth,
Scott, did they get an actual award? I think they like.
We
with
do.
the-
we give out metal
You
chunks.
give it in person or is it mail?
No, we send it to
email?
them. Yeah, we did. Send it to them.
Thought that might have been like a draw for spring. Now that the Spiel guys.
I mean,
can't
here's the
make
thing.
it.
Events at spring, people want to play games. They don't want to go sit in a room for 2 hours.
Really? Yeah.
It's not that kind of convention.
Okay.
I don't think I would be able to have even 50 people want to attend it.
Hmm.
Now, if
That's
it was
a lot of
hosted
people.
by like somebody exciting like Grant or somebody, maybe it would be better, but I'm not going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
So I don't
I
know.
get you.
It could be a bigger thing, but I don't know if it's really worth that effort. I don't know if enough people would attend it for that. Right? BG
Right.
is about playing games, not going to and there's a few panels, but it is not a panel convention. It's not like PAX or
Yeah.
any
Yeah.
those things.
I get it, yeah.
I've tried to have many panels over the years, and they just always fall flat. Just like no one shows up. I mean, maybe like
Yeah.
less than 10 people show up. Lance has been there. We've had designer conventions with like 10 designers on the panel and like maybe 20, 30 people show up. Maybe.
Yeah, and not like rum dums either.
No,
Like
no, it's all
people
the
that are,
top tier stuff.
yeah, like Eric Lang is
Eric
there.
Lang, Elizabeth Hargrave, Matt Leacock,
And it's
Martin
just like
Wallace, Alan
maybe have a
Moon.
question.
I mean, it's just
Anyone?
yeah.
Anyone
so-
have a question?
Yeah, it's
No.
not it's just not a thing.
Yeah.
Is this a recent thing or is this always been? I'm curious.
I mean, it's always been for me. I've
really?
sort of just gotten used to not having panels because it's
Yeah.
disappointing. I
Yeah.
want them to be, here's the thing. I want them to be engaging and fun for everybody that attends. And if they're not, then it's not fun at all. Right.
Right.
Like if only a smattering of people show up, it's like, well, it's an interactive thing. I mean,
Yeah.
Eric Lang is very entertaining. He can, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
he is,
All
yeah.
the designer panels actually break that mold. The single designer panels. We did that last year and we're doing it again. Like basically one designer will sit in a room for 2 hours and just talk to whoever comes in.
Okay.
It's very free flowing, like nothing official. Or it's
Right.
official, it's on the schedule, but it's not like a structure, if that makes sense. It's not like a panel. They're just in the room chatting. So that has been popular. So we're doing that.
I can see why. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of the gaming. I could see.
Yeah, I
know,
think the
overlapping
gaming is
shit.
too much of
Yeah.
a pull for people to break away for hours, And now when I went to the pinball festival last month or March, not last month, but I would go to panels because got tired of standing all day. You get tired. And you sit down.
Yeah. Yeah. But gaming is a little different. Board games.
But and here's the deal: those big conventions that don't have tables for public use, then you're standing the whole day. So people do go try to find a seat. So it makes sense. Like a Gen Con, I know there's a lot of open gaming, but there's also not a lot of open gaming at Gen Con. If you know what I mean. It's all
It's like open
reserved.
gaming, but it's like impossible to find, really.
Yeah, it's not really the reason people go to Gen Con, I think, to open game.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll play a game or two open, but not the entire time. So it's a different beast.
Yeah, I get you. It's part of why you don't have to really schedule every moment while you're at BGG. You don't have to worry about overlapping times and shit like that. Yeah.
To me, what I always think is weird is like those conventions. Like I've never gone to like Gen Con and be like, I got to get my events. Oh, Sam Willingston is running a 6-player game of D&D at noon. Got to sign up for that. I mean, I've never been that guy. I mean, I can't imagine like going there and being like, I got to find these events. I got to pay Gen Con $7.50 so I can go and sit and play Ticket to Ride with 3 strangers for 2 hours. I mean, I don't understand the appeal. I just
playing a game you've always wanted to play and having someone teach it to you. I get those ones.
Yeah,
like Hegemania, Edgemania, whatever the heck it was. Like that game that sounds awesome, but how many people would be like, all right, I'll do an event. The President of the United States game, another one. That intricate solo one. Like I feel like that'd be a great convention event. Like, all right,
I'm actually surprised that didn't get higher up in the final votings.
Yeah.
So wait a time about like you would sign up to play a solo game of what one person standing over you and like watching you?
Oh hell yeah.
Well, you would teach you.
Oh yeah, 100%. I should. Jeez, I should. It's a great idea. Have someone teach me a game like that, like how to play, and then a full gameplay of this right here. We got
But Scott has that. They don't charge at BGG. You gotta get a ticket for whatever reason. But I guess reservation, but the people do that. They set up a game and teach it, and
now there is a panel for our family plays games. Actually, I don't know if they're doing a panel. They're doing a live stream. So that's sort of an event. But we're very light. We're light on events. It's not really an event show. Now the fall is different. There's a lot of events, a lot more events, I should say. There's the poker tournament and there's the puzzle hunt and there's game show and then there's that kind of stuff. And
I'm just surprised.
It's just they never feel like they get traction.
Yeah, I'm just surprised.
I mean, here's the thing: if your expectations are at least 50 people to come, it won't be that. You know what I mean?
Right,
If it's
yeah,
10 to
yeah.
20, sure, you're fine. But
Yeah.
that's a lot of work to set up a system that only applies to 10 to 15 people. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, like I said, I'm surprised somebody like if I was the same playing with a designer or getting a personal
Well,
teaching
they're
a
not
game.
necessarily
Yeah.
playing with them. You know, they're talking to them. But yeah.
Yeah, or even talking to a designer,
Well,
like
those are actually pretty popular. More popular than I thought they would be. For the same reasons, because people don't want to break away. But there's a lot of budding designers that go to BGGCon that would talk to, you know, they get some one-on-one with a designer instead of watching them in a panel room.
yeah,
You know, where they're up on a stage, and that can be intimidating to talk, like ask questions. And I guess
yeah,
it sort of brings everything down to a level like they're sitting in a room all at the same level. It's a different
right.
thing.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I was just surprised. Yeah, like you said, different beast than the fall. Which surprised me.
It is a different
It,
convention,
yeah,
but it's based on the Gathering of Friends. I told everybody that. I mean, I had the best
yeah,
time. I had the time of my life in 2000 when I went to the Gathering of Friends for the first. Changed my life. Just the experience of it.
yeah, yeah. I enjoyed it. Like I
Full
said,
immersion in a hotel for 10 days. No, I didn't go for the whole 10 days. I
mm,
went for like 3 my first year. I think I went like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Came home on Sunday. So really only 3.5, something like that. But
yeah, I don't know if I could do
those
10
blew me
days
away.
either.
Yeah. I mean, I was working.
Mm. Your kind was the first one that blew me away. The 15 fall. Like
Well,
I've been to Origins and a couple small ones around here on pub, not PAX. They're the game designer one. But yours is the first one that I really, blew
well,
me away.
I think BGG Con is the closest to the Gathering you're gonna get. It's not that close because you know the Gathering is like everybody kind of knows everybody.
Yeah,
Not so much anymore these days because it's gotten.
yeah,
It used to be 200 people that knew each other would get in a hotel for a week, play games. Everybody would bring their collections or what they wanted to play or what they
right.
thought other people would want to play. So you have this room of 1,000 games, a week of time in a city that you don't live in. So yeah, I went to the Gathering of Friends in 2000. I think I think it was 2000. Might have been 99. I'll say 2000 because that's what I remember. I
Remember
mean,
much about
technically
it
BGG
either.
had just started. Didn't even really like nobody knew who I was. I just showed up. No, I don't even remember the website being that popular at that time. I mean, it wasn't popular at all. It took a lot of years.
Mm. It's finally paying off.
Yes, the
Uh,
hobby was way more intimate because you could play almost every new release in 2000 that came out that year in those years.
yeah,
I remember playing like, wow, we played every game. Is there anything else new? Nope, that's it. Done. And now it's just
Crazy.
that's just you're scratching the surface with 10 days of gaming. I mean, it's unreal.
yeah,
It was interesting because like a lot of the European publishers would bring their new games to the gathering and you would be able to play it. Like I remember playing Agricola, St. Petersburg, you know, right off the presses. Um,
yeah.
Stuff like that. Goa. I wanted to play Goa all week. It was in play the entire week, and I finally got a hold of the game at the end of the week.
I played that a couple times. It's okay. Remember Jamie talking about
But those were
it.
different days for sure.
Yeah,
I got to play Trajan this year.
Trajan,
Trajan
did you?
with Benita.
Yeah. I liked it. I remember
She
liking it, but it's been a long
we
time since I
started at
played.
like midnight or 1 a.m. and I'm like, this might take a while. And she's like, that's fine. I'm all right. I'm like, okay. We played 2-player. It was fun.
Uh,
She beat me. She beat me like a dog, man. It was like she lapped me.
That's always fun.
So my
What was your
son.
grievance, Lance?
No, don't worry about it.
We're interested in the
I
grievance.
legitimately want to know. I enjoy the
I mean,
grievances.
Anthony wants to know too.
No, he doesn't. He just wants to. He's feeling bad because his clues sucked, and he
They
didn't like
didn't
the fact that we
suck.
made
Maybe
fun of
you
him.
sucked.
Oh,
I
he
won.
doesn't.
So
All right, maybe he does.
Barely.
Yeah, 2 points, barely,
Barely.
barely.
You won by 1 point.
Barely
Barely.
1 point.
One last thing about the gathering when I went.
What's that?
A whole contingent of people from Texas came, and all we did was play with each other. Like it because I was so
Oh,
shocked.
really?
I mean, I was like, I guess we'll just play with each other. We're in this room and we don't know anybody, and there's no mixers. It was not like it was weird, like some people knew some people through gaming outside of the Texas group, but all of the Texas guys just played.
Right.
We just played together.
Yeah, I wonder what it's
It's
like.
kind
I
of funny.
never.
Yeah. But after a couple of years of going, you start making other relationships and
Yeah,
breaking away.
I never went to a con by myself.
And
I
none of
know I
those
did.
guys go anymore. None of the original Dallas Metro gamers.
Well, is
Yeah.
that just life or?
Life. Yeah. People move on in gaming.
I
I
guess
mean, they game still, but they don't go to the convention.
yeah, I guess it's expensive to go to a convention.
It is.
Any
It
convention.
is expensive, and you have to. It's usually not inclusive of your family because I think it was a no kids kind of rule. Like if you had kids, you couldn't
Yeah.
bring, but you could bring a significant other.
Oh shoot!
Right.
We got a dog barking. Be right back.
Get the dog.
Do you think
Yeah,
the
I need-
grievance was about fast food?
Oh, most assuredly.
Some kind of customer service. Yeah.
I asked for 2 sweet and sour and 1 barbecue. They gave me 2 barbecue and 1 sweet and sour.
Do you guys have Mendocino
Eh.
Farms?
No.
What
You have
is this?
Mendocino Farms? No, I don't know if
No.
it's only down. It's like a chain of like slightly upscale. It's not fast food, but it's fast casual.
Okay.
But it's so damn expensive, and I'm like, it's one of the healthiest places we eat at because it's like the calories are all printed out. I can know exactly what's in it.
Right.
Uh, but it's so expensive for what you get. It's so crazy.
Food in general is
It's
expensive
it's
anymore.
$15.
California, Texas, and Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah, I never heard of it. Dallas is the furthest west I've been, Scott.
Yeah.
I think.
They have this not so
Mhm.
fried chicken sandwich that's actually pretty darn good.
Is it?
It's not fried. It's not fried, but it tastes like a fried chicken sandwich.
Okay.
It's probably the best thing I've got.
Yeah. Jen's on.
But it's made with
one
like those little
Netflix.
crispies.
They have 25 locations in Los Angeles alone.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
Well, I don't like
Must
the
be
prices.
popular. You don't like the prices?
Well, I feel like $15 for one small sandwich is not really amazing. Like I can go to
No.
I can go
it's
to Jersey
anything
Mike's and
anymore,
get like
Scott.
this
That's
much sandwich
terrible.
for like the same price.
I have
Yeah.
a grievance about Jersey Mike's. It's a good sandwich, but
Jersey
I
Mike's
don't
is not
like.
good for me though. You can't eat it.
No.
Once a
It's a
month
good
maybe.
sandwich. It's just cut weird. Yeah, I know why they use a bread slicer, but
Oh, do they?
yeah,
Bastards.
usually a sandwich isn't cut in half like that. Usually it folds over. Yeah, you cut one side. Yeah. But
What is it? Tony Bosca says Google uncovered the Rudiger Dorn story as told by Reiner Knizia. Is that a thing?
I
Never
don't
heard of
know.
that. Uncovered the Rudiger Dorn story as told by Reiner Knizia.
What is the Rudiger Dorn story?
I don't know.
Okay,
Oh,
I like- I
it's
do
on
like Rudiger.
BGG.
it's
Oh,
on BGG.
is it a joke?
I don't know. I know nothing
Oh.
about it. I know nothing.
Yeah, it is a joke.
Do you know who said this? Was it Rudiger Dorn or Reiner Knizia? What if I told you that the 2 designers are the same?
I like Rudiger Dorn's games.
Join me in this journey and let's see how Knizia created and formed his Rudiger Dorn persona over the last 2 decades.
Okay.
I saw Rudiger Gordon on stage get the STJ, so I know it's not Reiner Knizia.
It's an actor, Scott.
It's a stand-in. It's a body double.
Yeah,
Okay.
like Stephen King had what's his name? Oh, what the fuck was his pet name?
So the second entry in the whole thing is an analysis of a picture of Rudiger Dorn and another picture of Rudiger Dorn, which says it's obviously not the same person.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Uh,
Oh gosh. Scott, what has your sleep become?
was edited back in 2016. This thing, so it's been around for
Been around for a while.
Hold on, where did you get? Did you search this and it came up through BGG?
Yeah.
Okay. This is.
So it was funny when you were telling the story about the thing. Like no one knew who you were, Scott.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know who you were. I knew who your former partner was
Oh yeah,
by
through the
face. I
podcast or something.
recognized him by face, but you were just an anomaly.
I was no. That's the way I get. That's the way I roll.
Yeah.
We were
He's in,
complete opposites.
I
he
think
even
that,
has a standee at his cons.
I
There's a
think
guy
that-
running around like Scott Olden with a jersey on. It's not Scott Olden.
it's funny, but I think
Did you meet him at the gathering or Gen Con?
what?
Where'd you meet him at Gen Con?
Actually, the first time I actually talked to him in person was at New York Toy Fair.
Oh wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. But the first time I got to put a face to your name was during one of the Board Game Geek
Live stream or something.
like the fundraising thing, the money thing.
Oh,
there
the
were two
live
famous
streams.
pictures. There was the picture of
Yeah.
his mother giving him a kiss and you laying on a bed.
I don't remember. Oh yeah, me laying on with a box,
Yes.
but it wasn't me. It was a fake picture.
No, but I think someone who knew you took that picture and actually superimposed your face on it and posted it somewhere.
Oh, maybe so.
Like, oh, that's all the.
Oh, I remember that. What was that picture from?
It's the George Costanza picture from Seinfeld when he's posing in his underwear.
Right. And someone posted my face
Someone
on it.
superimposed your face.
Okay. Was it on that offshoot website?
I don't
Or was
know
it not?
where it was.
Was yeah. What was the name of that website? Is it still around? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Can't remember the name of it. Oh well.
Fine.
Can't remember the name of that website.
I don't know.
Anyway, not important.
Not important.
So you're sure that like Matt Monin didn't get you in trouble on your own site? He just got you suspended
I banned myself.
on Facebook.
Oh yeah. No, I think I banned myself. Yeah,
You banned
I definitely got
yourself?
suspended. I broke the rules.
You broke the rules. Matt had to step in.
Yeah.
Stephen.
God, what did I do?
You're not above the law here.
I forgot what I did.
Oh,
It seems like so long ago, but it probably wasn't that long ago.
I tell you,
The first time we ever banned somebody, I could not sleep. I stayed up all night,
Yeah, I'm sure it's a tough
boiling
thing,
over
man.
it. You crazy?
It's different times back then.
It was different times. It's a lot smaller of a user base.
People weren't so venomous with their yeah.
right, I'll tell you when it was that I met him. 2005.
That's when we first started the business.
Well, maybe it's a couple years after that because I met him.
That sounds right.
I
'Cause
met
we,
him.
we were starting to like, oh, can we make money with this website? That was that time.
I met him at New York Toy Fair. Yeah, it must have been 2005. Wow, Jesus Christ, that's a long time ago.
2000.
Damn right, but hold on. I can tell you. Maybe it wasn't 2005.
15 for me in person, like physically.
Okay, so here I'm looking because yeah, no, it must have been 2005. So I was there working with Ray Weirs and Suro has just come out. And that came out in 2005.
Did it?
Yep.
I still haven't played the original version of that. I played the Seas one.
That doesn't make sense.
Uh-oh. He's doing board game math.
No, it doesn't make sense. That would be 19 years ago. And that was after I went to Gen Con for the first. I went to my first Gen Con I went to when I turned 40. So hold on, I can tell you when it was.
Okay.
I think Soro, they weren't the first ones.
Yep.
So maybe it's either 2009 or 2010. Because I met Ray because he was doing or had done Arcane Legions with his original company.
Okay.
Which was Wells Expeditions was the original company. And that came out in 2000. So it's got to be 2010. That was. That makes more sense.
I'm trying to find that picture, but I can't find anything.
Yeah.
I do remember that though.
It's funny how memory works.
Well, I didn't remember it till now. I mean, it's not like I was dwelling on it or anything, but
Yeah.
I do remember it now.
Thing trigger things. Me and my brother had a conversation about that the other day. Like, about one of our cousins, not blood cousins, but my great cousin's wife. Yeah, they were discussing with my niece, and she said it's a little cringe about it. Like, yeah, different times. She was a drunk. We're not going any further. Yeah, but we just, I don't know, brushed it off.
There was a cat in my tree in my backyard,
A cat in the tree.
and my blue healer was not happy about it. She doesn't usually bark or go crazy about stuff, but she was not happy, and I was like trying to get her to come in the house, and she wouldn't come in the house, and now there's a cat stuck up in my willow tree, and I'm worried about it because it's pretty high up. I'm assuming it'll get out just fine, but
It'll be fine.
Oh, I had a weird thing happen to me last week when I went to go do a blood test.
What's that?
It was at 8 a.m. So it's an early morning thing.
Yeah.
Only 3 people in the waiting room. And the nurse comes out and she goes, Alden, and 2 people stand up, me and another woman. And I'm like, she goes, I think that's me. And I'm like, well, I think that's me. And they're like, well, whose name is it? It was her name. So it was the first time I'd ever collided with names, which is such an odd thing in Dallas and at 8 a.m. in the morning at this one particular blood or medical place. Crazy. We looked at each other like, oh, wow, that's weird.
that will never happen to me.
It will never happen again.
It'll never happen
I think
to you.
I think I told you guys, but my handyman's name is Alden, which is so crazy. Did I tell you this?
I guess they like it in Texas there, Scott.
I said, I go, oh, what's your last name? And he goes, Alden. And I'm like, what? My name is Alden. He's a Syrian immigrant.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm like, well, okay, you're a different Alden than me, but like, how did you get Alden? He's like, well, my name was Alden with a bunch of other syllables at the end of it.
They Americanified it.
They shut him, they cut it off. It's like, oh, okay. So that's so weird. I'm surrounded by Aldens,
They're everywhere.
which I never met another Alden in my entire life until this year.
Really?
Well, or the year that, well, no. Oh, you know what? One time I did meet an Alden when I was at on the road for uh I went to Yosemite and stayed in a bed and breakfast,
Mhm.
and it was an Alden.
But
Yeah, it's kind of
how'd
fun.
you like Yosemite?
Great, love it.
I was going to go there. It's
Yeah,
next on my
it's really nice.
bucket list. My uncle.
We didn't do anything strenuous. We just walked around and drove around a little bit. It's like there's a
Like
lot of
great.
places.
Was Sam there?
Sam?
Yosemite Sam.
Oh, all right. We talking about anything else, or are we done? We hear your grievance now, Lance. Please give us your grievance. Please, please.
Give it to me, baby.
No, it's unbig. It's unbecoming.
Mm.
So I told you I was gonna go, and it's not really even a grievance, but I mean, because I got it fixed. But for like 45 minutes, I was pissed. So I told you,
That's
like
a grievance.
I think last Alaboom, I told you that I was like, oh hey, my son gets to go to this amusement park. His band performs, and they asked for chaperones. And so like I filled out the form. I had my son turn it in. I'm like, my first kid, Rylan. Like I was said, hey, you want me to chaperone? Nah. Like literally, my son handed it to me and said, hey, I want you to sign up and chaperone for this if you can get it. And I was like, all right, whatever. It's like ride on a bus for 5 hours, go watch them play, follow kids around, make sure they don't screw around, make sure they eat, get them back on the bus, get them home, And I get to go to the amusement park. I mean, like I said, it's like I'm not going to ride any rides, most likely. Who knows? I might get an inkling, but regardless, my son said he wanted me to go, so I was like, all right, cool. So turned in the form. I said, do you think I'll get picked? And he said, yeah, I think you will, because they said that they needed at least 10. And when I turned in the form, they said they only had like 6 people volunteer for be chaperones so far. And I was like, all right, because the form was for him to go, and also I signed the form to chaperone. So sure enough, I got the email saying, hey, you've been picked to chaperone this. You got to pay us $35 or whatever, it's like but you'll get a meal when you're there and blah, blah, blah. So I was like, cool. And then I told my son, I was like, so I guess like they're going to have you sign up for what group you're going to be in. So make sure you sign up for, group with your friends, whatever. And so I asked him about it. I said, did you sign up for being a group? And I was like, yeah. And I had emailed, I said, when I got picked, I said, hey, I guess it goes without, because they said in the thing, we will let you know who your groups are and the names of the people in your group, whatever. And I said, cool. And I had emailed the teacher back. I was like, hey, it goes without saying that obviously I want to be the chaperone for my son's group. And like, if that's not the case, you can give the chaperone job to somebody else. I mean, I just was like, well,
For my kid,
well,
yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like, oh, can I please follow around a group of 6 kids that I don't know anybody? I mean, like, just like, and the thing is, most of Caleb's friends know me because they come over here and play games and play D&D and stuff like that. And so, like, there's kids that just know me and play video games with me all the time and just whatever. So, anyway, so he picks, he goes, I said, yeah, did you get your group? And he said, yeah, I got my group. And who's in it? And he's like, oh, my friends that are in band. And I was like who? And he's like, oh, Bryson and Asher and Archer and Alex. And, he kind of goes through this name. And I was like, oh, cool. Whatever. Now, Alex is the son of a guy that I've known almost my entire life. Like I met, like he's a year older than me. but like he's in my D&D group that I've been playing D&D with him since I was like 13. So he's just a guy I've known my like most of my life. And so when I went to the band concert the other day, I went over and I said, "Hey, so I was like, if you want to make sure your son has a good time, you can, pay a little extra." I was joking around with him, and then he said to me, he's like, "Oh, actually, my wife volunteered to be a chaperone as well, and so like she's got his group." And I was just like, "Motherfucker, are you fucking?" And when it comes to my friends' wives, I'm usually not like friends with them in any way, shape, or form. All I care about is that like, hey, are you nice to my buddy? That's all I care about, And I don't need to be buddies or anything. And his wife's nice, always been nice, And she volunteers a lot. I think she's like a stay-at-home mom. But she like volunteers on a ton of things. Like if I go someplace, she's always like volunteering for like the local libraries and all these things. She's just involved in all those things, which is cool, right? And so, but I was like, God damn it. I was like, did I get an email back from that lady? When did she tell me whether or not that I was going to be like in charge of that group? And then I mentioned to Caleb and I was like, hey, do you know if I'm your chaperone for your group? And he's like, I guess it's like a 50-50. I mean, it's either going to be you or it's going to be Alex's mom. And I was like, God damn it. And now it's like 2 days before the trip. And I'm like, I do not want to go.
I don't want
sit
to
on
go.
a bus with a bunch of screaming kids, ride a bus down to a thing, walk around in the hot sun, eating shit food, following a bunch of kids around. They're like, it's like, because the thing is too, it's like like the mandatory, like the thing about the chaperones, it's like you have to keep all the kids together all the time, no matter what. They can't wander off to go do the thing. If Johnny and Billy want to go ride the roller coaster, but Megan and Asher want to like go to the Ferris wheel. Nope, we're gonna pick one ride. You're all gonna go to that ride. You're gonna ride on that ride, or if you want to ride on the ride, you can sit out here with me and wait for the ride to be done. And then one person has to go to the bathroom. Well, we're all going to the bathroom. It's like a thing like that where it's just like because they want to keep everybody together. So like one person's on. Then I don't want to do that for a bunch of kids I didn't know. So I emailed the teacher again. I was like, hey, so I didn't hear back on this, and I wanted to make sure that I was going to have my son's group to chaperone, and I kind of laid it on a little thick. I was like, my son really mentioned to me, he's like, he really wanted me being his chaperone and going to the trip with him would be like my Father's Day gift.
Oh man, are you lying?
You wanted them.
Well,
Yeah,
he said
well,
he's like a thing we can do together. That's what he said.
His idea?
Within 3 minutes,
Hell
the teacher
no.
had emailed me back and said, "Oh, don't worry about it. I have you written down as the chaperone for your son's group." He even said to me how much he's looking forward to having you there. And I was just like, sorry, Pam. Looks like you're going to have the random group that you're going to follow around. Because
You threw somebody else under the bus.
Yeah, well, you know what? Better
Dog
me
eat
than-
dog world.
You
Yeah,
co-shep.
man.
Dog eat dog world.
Yeah, she's but I
didn't
but
know
I
school
locked it
trips were so
down.
cutthroat.
I locked it down. I was, I wasn't gonna play around. No bullshit.
Now, what happens in what we said, 7th grade? About 3 years when he's in high school and he tried to scam and he wants nothing to do with it.
Did you what now?
He wants nothing to do with it because he knows he's going to hit age when he doesn't want to be seen with dad. But they always do.
Well, then I mean, then you move on, right? I mean, it's just that's the way shit works. I mean, my Ryland, I mean, she doesn't want anything to do with me. I mean, like, it's like, occasionally she'll have friends over and I'm like, Dad, could you just go upstairs? Just like, she doesn't want me to be anywhere near her. I mean, like, and I get that. I mean, it's like you graduate to your own life, right? And you just kind of move on with it, and I can accept that. But for right now, my son wants me to hang out with him, wants to goof around, wants me to be around and doing stuff, whatever.
And
you
you're
know, so-
robbing or whatever the lady's name was of this
Whatever. She
experience.
volunteers at the school like 20 times a month. You know,
She's interactive in her kids' life.
well, that's, you know, I mean, I guess if I didn't work and I was a stay-at-home dad, I'd go volunteer at the school a lot too.
There you go.
You know,
But you're not in her circumstance.
but I'm not. And so then, you know what? You know, she's just gonna have to take one for the team. I bet all the kids know who she is anyway because she's there all the time.
Yeah, you're practically doing her a favor.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Forrest. That's what I think.
One way to do it.
You know, I mean, you know, you're welcome. Just like
So, Aldi, if you want to scrub the archives for that picture we were talking about, it's from December of 2010.
Oh man.
2010.
Playboy.
And the only reason it is because I went looking to see if I could find the other
Who posted
picture.
it? Who posted it?
It was part of the thing because I just was looking based on on your former partner's thing, and I found the appeal from his mother post.
Oh,
It was in December of 2010. It was during the Geek Badge yearly fundraiser thing drive. 'Cause I remember there
picture
was one
is
post
this?
that was
Oh, there it is. A personal appeal from Dirk Solko's mother.
yes, and it was
What?
a picture on that of her kissing him on the cheek. But then there was a back and forth with the personal appeal of that is the picture of you.
I must
The
have
George
missed something
Costanza pose.
while I was gone.
Well, we were
Trying to get
talking
a
about
cat
the
out
old
of a
days.
tree.
Yeah, it's a little before my time.
I remember the olden days.
You remember those old days?
Well, I just remember I remember the drama that somehow never manifested itself really publicly. And I'm not asking you to talk
Oh
about it
no,
because I know it's nothing you
we're
want
not
to talk
talking
about.
about that.
Yeah, but I mean, I just remember that when like people like there was all kinds of rumors and shit going on in the old forums.
Never
that
heard
we
a single
had.
one.
What?
I never heard a single one.
Bullshit.
I never did.
Bullshit. I mean, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Okay.
Going back to that well.
It's a classic. Much
What's a
like
week?
my father, when I tell my father a joke and he said, the first time I heard that, I kicked the slats out of my cradle. That's one of my father's favorite sayings.
Mm.
No.
I can't find it.
And that's
I can't find
fine.
the original post.
He was a big fan of Tishu. Liked playing that game.
Issue? Yeah.
Which I played it once and I enjoyed it.
Do you have the link?
What's that thing?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I can't find it, but I know it was in correlation with that.
Oh, I see. I
that
can't.
thing. Like I can't find the picture. I just found that thing, which was a response to.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I said, it's one of those things on the front page back in the day. It was like the announcement stuff you guys would post that people would comment on, but once the announcement thing went away, it went away, kind of thing.
Did you guys watch the Tom Brady roast?
I did.
Yeah,
most
that was
of
pretty
it.
funny.
I'll get to it eventually.
So, I'd like your opinion. So the person made the one Robert Kraft joke, and then he seriously came up and he goes, "Knock it off with that shit." Like he walked up and
Because the mic caught that. He goes, "Don't ever fucking say that."
So one of the guys.
So can I finish my saying before you jump
Okay,
in and have your comment?
Go ahead.
Was that a real
Thank
thing?
you. So the big kerfuffle now, or whatever, is that like afterwards he's saying, "Oh, I kind of feel bad now that my kids or my ex-wife or whatever is dealing with like having to hear all this stuff or whatever, and I feel bad that like my kids got to deal with that or whatever thing. And now everybody's saying, well, it's like, so you wouldn't tell them to stop saying crap about your kids or your wife or their mom, your kid's mom or anything like that. But, for this old white, billionaire, you're worried about how he's going to take it or whatever when somebody cracks ones. I don't know. So he's getting some heat that nobody cares about probably, but it did seem odd to me that like that's what he worried about more than anything.
Oh, then his wife getting, yeah,
Well, yeah, I mean, like
ex-wife.
ex-wife or
And she
like,
cheated on him with like a yoga instructor, so it's like it's not. From what I
well,
read,
yeah,
it's
but they
not
were
about
also
the
they were
kids.
also making fun of like the other one that like he basically left while she was pregnant with this kid, to be with Giselle or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It's it's like one of those things where it's like he went on there because didn't his like charity basically get a bunch of money, like for being on it?
No clue.
I
Yeah,
think
I
so.
don't know.
So
Well, I'm sure he's said some stipulations.
apparently, they were all told they couldn't tell jokes about Robert Kraft
Oh,
beforehand,
were they?
Okay.
and it wasn't the thing that him saying "knock it off, don't do that." He got up and basically said, "We talked about this." Like
But
because
that even
Robert Kraft
raises another question. It's like it's okay for you to like make fun of the mother of my kids, but
the whole thing was that Robert Kraft, no one knew he was going to be there, and as soon as they found out he was, they went to everyone and said, Tom doesn't want you saying anything because he's here.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
he
It's about all this
also
drama.
said the thing that he would about the fact that he goes, oh, so my charity gets a lot of money and people rip on my ex-wife. He goes, who the hell wouldn't sign up for that?
well, I mean, yeah, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. It just seemed weird to me. And it was funny, but it also like a lot of people weren't, I guess.
Yeah, there was a lot of not funny, but there was some good funny.
And a lot of like, okay, yeah, ha ha ha. You're talking about how much you want to have sex with Tom Brady. I mean, eventually it's like that's like all of your jokes, just like which I guess you just keep on like extending it and extending it and extending it or whatever. But
They
I
didn't
don't
have
know.
anything about the
And then
well, they had the deflate gate. That was kind of funny. And then he
well,
then he
I
say at
thought
the
that
end, he
was the
goes,
Tom
if
Brady.
they
That
had
was the
if
you
they
spent. You should have just
$10
given me
million,
$20 million. I would have.
$20 million, if I told you I would have done it.
Totally would have done it.
Yeah.
I like that. That was funny.
That was great.
I was like, good for you. That was clever. Yeah, I
Didn't
thought
the
that was.
Patriots also get busted for cheating for filming
Yeah, they
sidelines
The
stuff?
Rams, right?
So that was the big one. If you dig into that one, the hilarious thing about that was it was like, okay, so it was the year they won a Super Bowl too. So they were caught taping the defense going through their reps on the
Oh, right.
in the thing. And then the guy tried to like say, okay, well, hey, I'll just delete it or whatever. And they're like, no, we're gonna keep it. Thanks, though. And then like and so then that guy just basically took the fall. They said, "Oh no, we never told him to go do that." So it's like, but they also said we've gone ahead and collected or confiscated all of the tapes that the Patriots had, like all the tapes that they had or whatever. We've confiscated every single one that they have, and we're going through them. And then they were like, and then the NFL came back and they said there was nothing on there. This is the only incident that they did it. That was the only thing that occurred. They were like, they went to a big thing. And then everybody said, okay, well, cool. Can we see the tapes? Oh, we destroyed them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like,
Yeah, no one else can verify.
To protect the Patriots, we've destroyed the tapes. It was just kind of like, so it was like everybody was like, what a bunch of bullshit. If they were cheating for like the divisional round playoff game or whatever, like they were gonna do it for the other ones too, which it was just kind of like it's just like, but it was one of those things where it's like if you showed that yeah they cheated and won the Super Bowl, it's like it taints the NFL, and the NFL as a business were just like, no, we're just gonna say it didn't happen, and we're gonna just destroy all the evidence, and everybody's just gonna move on.
Yeah.
Which that's one of those things where like you realize that like the NBA, the MLB, the NFL, it's just an industry. It's a business. It's a corporation
You think?
that doesn't like it isn't like inherently tied to any like overarching rules system or whatever. It's just, I mean, so they can just do whatever they want. And as long as like they just got to make sure they don't do anything that'll piss people off to the point where they won't watch anymore. And that's because otherwise then they start losing money, and that's the whole point of it. Doesn't matter. I mean, there's a reason the NFL is billions of dollars a year. Why do you think that they're allowed to why do you think now like FanDuel and all that stuff is allowed? Like offshore gambling basically when it was
Well, it's all mostly legal now. Not in every state, but a lot of states.
Yeah.
They pay a lot of money.
Yep. There's a big thing in
FanDuel paid a
Pennsylvania when that first
shit ton
started.
of money to have the rights to do it. So
Well,
Yeah.
worth it too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
At some point, they're gonna have to try to. You just feel like at some point they'll try to regulate even fantasy football or something like that, right? Like because there's going to be somebody that's like going to have a like, oh, the NFL needs their cut,
So there are, what is it? 1, 2.
A lot.
21 states that it's legal to gamble online.
So
What do you want?
here's the bizarre thing about the FanDuel gambling online thing. It is, regardless of whether you live in a state that it's legal, you have to physically be in that state in order to bet.
Hmm.
So like I'm on FanDuel
Okay.
in Connecticut, but like if I go down to see my family in New York, and I'm like, it's a Sunday, and like, oh, I want to bet on the afternoon game, can't do it. The app knows where you are and say, nope, you can't.
I mean, I guess you could VPN that, but
Yeah. I'm sure there's ways to get around it, but
there are ways around it.
But like,
Well-
it's legal in New York too.
Here's the thing that's crazy about that is like if you're an NFL player, and I think they might have changed it now, but if you're an NFL player, like you can't bet on the NFL, period, right? But you could bet on like MLB or NBA, and I think they might have changed the rules here. But you couldn't be on the FanDuel app and making the bets on like in your locker room, basically on like on the NFL property. And that's why that one guy got in trouble because he was like betting on the NBA, but he was using the app. Like if he had gone out to his car in the parking lot, he would have been fine. But because he did it inside the locker room, it was a big no-no.
Hmm.
Which just sounds like a bunch of crap.
Was there
Like,
anything about that assistant baseball guy?
Oh, I mean, everybody. That's the other big
What was
thing.
the deal with
Everybody
that?
is just basically saying, "Yeah, Shohei was totally like complicit," but they're just making him be the fall guy because Shohei is like bigger than he's like one of the marquee people for the MLB.
Biggest thing in baseball ever. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the whole like Michael Jordan bet on basketball, so we just made him go play baseball for a season. Forrest and I talked about that a little bit. And it's like, oh, I retired. No, you didn't retire. David Stern just said, I can't ban you from the NBA because you're the greatest player that ever played, but you're gonna need to go ahead and get out of here and go play baseball for a year. That's your punishment. Because everybody said that he was like one of like just a degenerate gambler. Like he would just
They show him gambling in the 40 for 40. 30 or 30 for 30 or what was it? The Last Dance. I wasn't 30 for 30.
Oh, him and Charles Barkley, the two of them would
Yeah.
lose
He was
like
gambling
millions of
the guy in the locker room for coin tossing. You remember
Yeah.
that? Did you ever see that scene?
And
Like
so
flip a
like
coin and he got mad.
so depending upon who you speak to, like um Michael Jordan's father was killed, was murdered, right? Remember that? Like he
Yeah.
had pulled
Yes,
over.
I do remember that.
Well,
Yeah, and
that part doesn't depend on who you speak to. That part, it's pretty
So,
agreed
That's
upon.
not cut and dry though, but whatever you guys come up with.
yeah, so I mean, and I don't know how much of these conspiracy theories I ascribe to, but then that the other theory on that is that he was basically into it, like Michael Jordan supposedly. And I read a book. I can't remember the name of the book. It was something sports conspiracies or something like that. And there was they'd gone through it, and they were like really in-depth looks at all like the possibilities of these things. And they had said, well, basically he had placed all these bets with bookies and whatever, and like, and just he had, and it's like you think Michael Jordan, well, he's got millions of dollars. I mean, he's got freaking Nike money. But it was one of those things where he got in over his head, and like organized crime basically said, look, it's like, what, we're gonna need you to go ahead and score less than, you're gonna have to make sure the Bulls lose by 10, or things like that, where it's like, so they could bet heavy on the swing, and then he would do it. And then supposedly, like, Michael Jordan didn't fall, like, said he would do it and didn't do it, and they killed his dad. Like they just, I mean, that's,
I don't believe that.
no, I mean, I don't either. It seems way, you're kind of getting into that whole like, well, we know about it by now kind of thing, right? It's like
Well,
one of
somebody
those,
would talk.
somebody would eventually talk. Like you can't keep the secrets forever.
Secrets.
So it's just one of those things where you just never know, right? But I mean, it's yeah, whatever. It's I firmly believe, even with no proof whatsoever, I firmly believe that he was absolutely suspended from the NBA for gambling, and that
Yeah.
was, and he was sent, and he was basically,
Well, then how
like,
come
you need to take a
the
year
Stern
off.
guy didn't ever come out with that?
Because he's Michael Jordan.
Nothing to protect now.
You
Well,
protect
but
your
first of all,
credibility.
I think Stern's dead. I mean,
Is
he
it?
died. He died several years
He
ago.
didn't do anything on his deathbed.
No, I mean, I
Let
just
me
think
tell you
it was,
about Michael Jordan.
I'm sure it was one of those things where, I mean,
I
like,
mean, he didn't write nothing down. Is that in the event of my death, please reveal this
Untimely death.
letter. He died in 2020, by the way, January 1st, 2020.
okay, well, I mean,
So
so-
maybe
How much did he owe?
I mean, I mean, I don't usually believe in like conspiracies and things like that, just because I always go with the standard.
Bigfoot?
No, I mean, you can't keep the lie, right? I mean, like, if there's too many people that know about it, I mean, like the whole thing, it's like two people can keep a secret if one of them is dead. I mean, it's just, that's one of those things where it's like, but I do believe there's something along those lines of, secrets can be kept if everybody has a lot to lose, right? I mean, that's why, like, if you're gonna cheat on your spouse, you make sure the other person's cheating on their spouse too. So like so you both have something to lose. Yeah, so it's one of those things where with that, it's like, well, Michael Jordan isn't going to tell the truth because he doesn't want to like ruin his reputation as being
There's no
whatever.
way.
The NBA doesn't want to, like, and the NBA as a whole wants to keep it a secret because we don't, it's like, oh yeah, the greatest player that ever played the game is a degenerate gambler that we had to that worked with the mafia to point shave. I mean, it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like,
It's happened before.
it absolutely has. People have like done shitty things like that. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, whatever. Conspiracy theories are fun to think about, but like if you think about them for too long, You know, I watched a whole hour and a half like documentary kind of thing about uh
Sasquatch.
no on Lee Harvey Oswald. And it was just like, and it was stuff on there that it was just kind of like, you know, it definitely made it sound like he did it by himself. I mean, it was just kind of like one of those things where it's like, um, you know, we're like, I mean, the most damning thing is that like he got the job at the repository, and he had been asking people about where JFK was going to drive, and then he found out that he was going to drive by where they worked, and so then he would. So this is the thing. He he had a job basically doing Amazon work. Like orders came in from school saying we need 15 of this textbook, and he grabbed 15 of these textbooks and put them in a box and tape it up, and he take it down and like was putting together shipments. That's what he was doing. And he we found out that they were going to have the procession nearby. Normally what he did was when he worked, he stayed in town. He had like a flop house that he basically stayed at. And then because he didn't own a car, and he lived way out of town. And every weekend he'd hitch a ride with this guy. He'd ask him for a ride back to his house. And the guy would, and then on Monday morning he'd pick him up and bring him back out. And he paid this guy a little bit of money to drive him back and forth. Well, he didn't want to pay this guy a little bit of money every single day. That's why it was cheaper for him to stay in this like flop house during the week. And so he wouldn't. So as soon as he heard that he told the guy, he said, "Hey, could I get a ride home today after work? You know, my wife wants me to come home and take some measurements because she wants me to buy some new curtain rods for the house." And he said, "Okay, fine. Yeah, sure." And so then he drove him back, and then the next day when he picked him up, he he had a big long cylinder about that would hold, you know, like a rifle. And he said, "Oh, what's that?" And he's like, "Oh, she got the wrong curtain rods. I need to return these, and then and I have to pick up some different ones." And so then he propped the big giant this cylinder that had curtain rods in it next to the window where he would then shoot out of and kill
What is it?
JFK.
I lost the plot for this one.
Well, the whole thing is that
He
like
killed Kennedy.
he killed Kennedy.
Oh.
Like he had the gun. He had like the whole thing. It's just like it's like it's one of these things where he had premeditation. Where as soon as he knew that he was gonna be able to shoot him, he asked this guy to drive him home. He came up with a story as to why he would need to carry a big giant tube back with himself. He came up with a backstory for it, and that's what he used to put his rifle in and bring it back. And that was his excuse for why he had it there. You know, that on that time, so nobody would like say, "Hey, what you doing with that rifle to open that window?" You know, so you have all this stuff, and it was like there was stuff like that I didn't know about Harvey. You know, Lee Harvey Oswald. And it's just like
This was a show.
That's disappointing.
no, it was like it's do you know the YouTube channel called Lemino? Lemmino. The guy does a video like once every 3 to 4 months. He's like a Finland documentary guy. He did like an hour and 40-minute video about JFK assassination, you know, talking about the eyewitness accounts and what people saw. And
Okay.
he did a really good one about Jack the Ripper.
What's his name?
It's the YouTube channel is Lemino, Lemmino. And you just
5.47 million subscribers.
yeah.
Wow. I'm subscribed to it apparently. I guess I missed it. Well, I mean, I subscribed to it probably last time you talked about this.
Yeah,
You
bro.
know what I mean? Like that's where I was at probably. Okay.
Well, I'm subscribed too. I didn't realize it either.
We've had this conversation. This is just a repeat of some conversation we had like a year ago.
You know what?
What
Now
are you trying to say, Scott?
We're old and we forget what we talk about.
Well,
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 that's
this
an
is
obvious one
YouTube's
to me.
fault. They should have put this in front of my face when they're suggesting shit. I blame them.
Yeah. I don't know how many people I'm subscribed to I don't see shit from. It's
I've decided there's a few things that I absolutely hate.
okay.
I hate YouTube face thumbnails.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait till that goes out of style.
I mean, just
It'll
whatever
never go out of
generic
style.
like person, like like just, just like I
That's
hate
gonna be our
them.
screenshot.
Yeah, I just hate them. I hate them. Like, and the thing is that it just makes me so mad that people are just like, oh, must be something cool. Better click on it. Just like the fact that it just works is just so annoying to me. Which I guess is fine. But I despise those things to no end. And clickbait titles, I despise those as well. I just absolutely hate.
They'll be around forever too.
Oh, I know. I understand. They're around forever. But yeah, I mean, and again, I'm old, and that's
You are.
probably why, it's
No, you're crotchety too. That's part of it.
well, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, there's a YouTube channel that I used to watch like all of the guy's stuff all the time called Dungeon Craft, because the guy actually showed how to make really cool terrain for D&D. And the guy, and to his credit, I mean, like the guy is smart, and he can put together cool ideas and whatever, and does his thing or whatever. But he slowly but surely, like when he realized what people were clicking on and what people wanted to see, he just slowly faded into the whole clickbaity title / YouTube face / what is the what's the big controversy going on right now in D&D, and that's the videos I'm going to make. And so then and the guy even says he has videos where he's like, why don't you make more of these videos? Why don't you make more of these videos? And he said, well, here, take a look. And he'll actually show, it's like, here's my video of how to make, like your own DM screen. And I mean, he's got like 150,000 subscribers or whatever. And he's like, and it got 9,000 views, which is great. Here's my video of the 5 rules that D&D screwed up or is screwing up in the next edition, and it's just like 73,000 views. And he's just like, it's like, what would you make? He's just like, it's like that video took me, he's like, that video took me 2 hours to put together. The video of me putting together making my own DM screen, that took me 3 days for 1/10 of the views. He's like, I get it, I mean, but it's just kind of like, what else am I supposed to do? I don't know. It just infuriates me that it's just like and again, it's the stuff I want to see. So, and I'm an old white dude, so I probably don't get to. But anyway,
All right, I'm running out of gas.
You are a gas. That's what you are.
See you guys next week at BGGCon.
Yeah, I mean, we can call it a night too.
We'll be there, Scott. We're waiting for our car.
I probably won't be on next week.
Well, I mean, you got games.
The con actually starts on Thursday, but we're going to the hotel on Wednesday. So
yeah, it makes sense. See you in a couple of weeks, Scott.
Yeah.
Try
all right, everybody. Thank you, Anthony, for taking the time to put together.
Yes, thank you, Anthony.
That's all right.
It
was challenging, super challenging. Most challenging initials ever.
Yeah. Weight scale 4.7. I was waiting for a clue that says, hey, it's like, unlike clue number 2, this is the opposite of the first answer that was on this list. What?
Which one was the Lance clue? Remember that?
It's international. It's international.
It's a national. I see.
That's a good clue.
Is that a Lance
good clue?
It's in a lot of it's a lot of the first clues.
It gives you
from, like,
nothing. I mean, the first clue gives you nothing.
It gives
feel like
you
they're-
something. It gives you something if you're like, eventually Mother's Day is gotta be here. When you say international, I mean it's like boom, Mother's Day. No, oh, shoot. But you think, just maybe.
Must
do
be
they-
a Fisher P.
What?
Do
Must
they
be a
have
Fisher P.
They don't have unlimited guessing on the radio show, do they?
Nope.
It's one guess you're out.
One guess you're out, and then they're gonna do like initials number 600 soon or something like that. It's
Wow.
like, and they before each one, they let people call in, and caller number 7 gets in, and the person gets to try to guess what the initials are, and they have to guess them in the right order. If they get one letter, they get a Visa gift card for $250. So like if the initials are JT and you ST, it's like, oh, you get $250. If you get both of them, and it's happened twice in the like it starts off at, I think it's $5,000, and each week that it doesn't get guessed, it's like an extra $250, and it's up to like $86,000 right now because people get in there and
Who's kicking in the money?
there's like a something credit union, whatever,
Okay.
like that sponsors it.
That's the sponsor.
Yeah,
Every week is a $250 bump.
yeah, it's $250 bump, and they so it's just been climbing and climbing and climbing, and it's just like, and so the smart money, if you get in there, you go double consonant. You just say SS, LL, RR, right? That's the smart money, because the chances of you hitting, like you pick one of the like, EE, you pick one of the letters that's going to get called a lot. Because it's like there's a lot of things with that start with those things, but the chances of winning the big money drastically reduce.
I feel like this is a conversation I'm having with a fucking guy at a gas station.
You have
No, I
conversations with
tell you
people.
what, if you
I gotta
call in,
say,
you gotta make sure you go with
You have
two
conversations with people.
consonants.
I've been
have
tracking
conversations
it for
with people at gas
5 years. They haven't done
I
They haven't done QR or RZ yet.
I got to no. He redoes the same
me.
the same ones all the time. But I got to tell you the story, and then I'll let you go. This was one of those weird
All right,
moments.
I'm going.
No,
I gotta go.
you want to hear the story? You want?
No. Do I?
It's a relatively quick
5
one,
minutes,
right?
please.
Yeah, it'll
Not
be 5
even.
minutes or less.
Less than 5. I'm setting a timer.
Okay. So I was
Set
I
a
was-
5-minute timer.
5
So-
minutes. Counting down.
for whatever reason, like I always get a random person will sometimes just start talking to me about nothing. Like you're just like I don't have anything in common with you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what's going on, but they just feel like they're going to talk to me about whatever it is that's going on. And if I end up in like a semi-social situation, it seems like these people will just kind of seek me out and just start talking to me. And the other day, like we were just like I was out and about with my family, and we were like just in a social atmosphere or whatever, and like this guy just zeroed in on me, like older guy, big white beard, kind of like, and he's just like, oh, quite the weather we're having. It's just like, I literally I had to look and see if like his friend was there. I was like, oh yeah, lots of rain, huh? Yeah. I mean, probably gonna have to mow again this week. I was like, yeah. I mean, that's why I got kids, make them mow. And he's just like, oh. It's just like, I like mowing the lawn though. And I was like, oh, well, I guess you like the rain. No, it makes my joints ache. It's just,
I gotta go to
Makes
the
me what?
bathroom. I
Yeah.
gotta
what?
go.
Makes my joints ache
Oh.
when it rains. And I was just kind of like, and then you always feel bad, like they realize that this is like, oh, I finally have somebody I can talk to, just because I've been so bored, I've been so lonely. But then like,
It's that guy.
yeah, but then I feel bad if I don't, like say something to him. But I mean, so then I ended up like talking to this guy for like, it felt like an hour, but it was probably like 5 minutes. And of course, my wife sees me talking to some weirdo stranger, and she's just like, "Oh," just stands off. It just says, "Yeah, no, you get to die. You get to be the person that gets the ice pick in your brain." I'm gonna head out of here. But yeah, anyway, wasn't much of a story. But I always wonder about those people. I always feel bad. I don't want to cut the conversation off, but I also don't want to just have them
Yeah.
drain my will out of my body. Anyway, well, you enjoy your convention next week, buddy,
Huh, hope so. It'll be fun.
and then maybe you'll pop in next week. Who knows?
You never
right?
know. You never know.
I'll send
They
you
usually
the
let you.
I'll send you the initials clues before.
And I can
you
run the
can ace
table.
it. You can run the table.
Yeah.
All
That would
right.
be unbelievable.
Yeah,
Even Michael Jordan wouldn't believe me.
that's true. Yes.
All right.
Keep the concrete away, Aldi. Wash your hands.
I know that
Wash your
sucks. I mean, I
hands.
feel like so Michelle
your
got
hands.
sick last week. She went out of town. She went to Detroit. She comes back sick. So I've been trying to avoid her, not avoid her, but avoid getting sick from her. And I'm like, oh man, it's coming for me.
Take all the emergency or whatever that stuff is.
I guess so. Does that work?
I don't know. Joel Eddy swore by it whenever he went to conventions. He would drink a big glass of it every morning, and he said he never got sick. So
Okay, well, you never know. Might help.
mine.
Can't hurt, can it?
No,
It's just sugar, like water.
It's just well, I mean, unless you need the money, I guess. But I mean, that might hurt. But I mean, it's just yeah.
How
I mean,
much
you're
is
mostly.
emergency?
I mean, a really like a nutritionist once told me he's like there's no bigger waste of money than a multivitamin. He's like you can't absorb
Why does
it
my doctor tell me to take it then?
because it's. I mean, there's one thing I've learned is that we trust doctors with everything, and then if you talk to like physical therapists or nutritionists, they all tell you doctors have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They all say if you're sick, go to a doctor because they have all the labs in the world that'll tell you what's wrong with you. If you got a pain or you like you want to like like a nutritionist like you want to like it's like go to a physical therapist, go to the thing because they're the ones who know what's going on with your body and they're the ones that are going to be able to alleviate that pain and give you that physical therapy that you're looking for. And so who knows? I mean, talk to Evan. Evan's I mean, he's a chiropractor and he's the guy who will tell you all day long. It's just like, yeah, there's absolutely things you go to a doctor for, but there's tons of things you just never go to a doctor for because they have no clue. They just don't know what's going on. It's not in their realm of expertise. But yeah, they say that like when you take a multivitamin, you mostly just pee it right out of your body.
And with that,
Yep. With that,